Chapter 232. Although both parties were still probing each other, he had already realized that they had met a strong opponent. Ever since he had awakened from the devil in his heart, his state of mind had improved, causing his strength to increase in all aspects. Tiger. Suddenly, a dazzling spark suddenly flew up from below, accurately blocking the red light beam. Tiger. One by one, the balls of light lit up in the air. The different colored balls of light, the figures inside, were either fat or skinny, but all of their faces were cold and stern. Ha! Little brat, your hearing is not bad. A figure floating in the air slowly became brighter, the red flame enveloping his body. The cold aura was like stars, sprinkling out, enveloping the opponent. Why are you all helping me? The faint voice lingered in the air. King Qilin's figure disappeared. Python Teeth's expression congealed, his squinted eyes flashing a cold light, but his heart was extremely surprised. Xiaqing regained his senses, his pale face was filled with fear. But Tang Tian lowered his voice and spoke to Xiaqing, who was shocked. Go to Stone Sword Peak, we'll help you block them. Bing. 5 hitmen group, that was the 5 hitmen group. That was a group of people who did not even blink when they killed people. They were perverts who did not have the slightest bit of humanity. Their weakest member, the ranking of the Heaven Road list, was already out of the 100 battle zone. Their leader, King Qilin, was ranked 9736 on the Heaven Road list. Compared to them, the Fire Crow executioner Guodong was like a child. The explosion was like a hurricane sweeping across. Xiaqing, who was running frantically, was blown away, falling face first. He struggled to get up. Without saying a word, he continued to run. Ding ding ding. Fast. I need to be fast. I need to be faster. Leave no one alive. Pooh. The pointed sea spear in Ling Su's hand slowly unfurled. 2 heads fell in front of everyone. It was Guodong and Guiyu. Both of their eyes were wide open, as though they had seen something scary. They died with their eyes wide open. The 3 of them looked at him angrily. But Crane was calm. The crane sword in his hand was in its sheath, one slash after another. Xiaqing's words were shocking. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. He snorted. The fire scythe ghost claw in his hand suddenly stretched out, and coincidentally clashed with the opponent's fiery red fist. Interesting. Bang bang bang. This is a good thing. Tang Tian excitedly said, the demon sealing sword must have recognized you. It definitely knows of your hard work. Go, leave this place to us. Python Fong revealed his white teeth. After Xiaqing revealed the secret, he felt relieved, and his tone became more relaxed. After I gained enlightenment on the cry of the Guardian Heart Sword, I could faintly feel the summoning from the Stone Sword Peak. But 2 days ago, this summoning became even more intense. It's calling me. I didn't expect that there would be people who recognize us in this remote and desolate place. The burly man in the lead grinned. His eyes were deep and stern, and his face was covered with a beard that was like iron wire. His upper body was naked, and on his chest was a 5-colored qilin. The burly man in the lead squinted his eyes, his cold qi pressuring people's hearts. His mouth revealed a cold smile, and he playfully said, very good, I like brave people. The braver they are, the more fun it is to kill them. Seeing Xiaqing's expression, Tang Tian did not know why a burst of evil fire suddenly surged up. His eyes widened, his left hand grabbed onto Xiaqing's collar, fiercely pulling him in front of him. His right hand slapped him a few times and scolded, asshole. Wake up, you coward. You're already scared by this? Do you want to kill your entire village? Idiot. You better move faster. If you dare to dawdle, I'll break your legs. Scram. The person in front of Crane was tall and skinny, and on his chest was a sinister-colored python. In his hands was a pair of pitch-black daggers. His figure was extremely strange and unpredictable, causing people to be unable to guard against him. He was the 5 Hitmen Squad's Python Fong. A ferocious and terrifying qi suddenly soared into the sky, enveloping the entire place. The transparent qi suddenly burst out. Going up the mountain to fight the tiger. Bing rode on Sky Tiger and walked out from the darkness, and said without thinking, But Bing's wretchedness had no limits. He did not have the awareness of the person involved, and without hesitation he fanned the flames. Tisk Hiska, listen, a little fox actually dares to challenge the tiger's prestige. Tiger, I don't know what you're thinking, but if it was me, I would not be able to tolerate it. With that he used strength in his hands, and fiercely threw Xiaoqing back. His entire mind was filled with that sentence. The low sound of something breaking through the air was terrifying. His gaze swept across the rest, and his face involuntarily revealed a look of shock. His own side actually did not have the upper hand. All of you will be killed. Xiaoqing flew out over 30 m. He landed on the ground and staggered, his expression sluggish, a few fresh red palm marks imprinted on his face. He stared blankly at the back of the figure, his eyes suddenly turning red. Without saying a word, he turned around and sprinted towards Stone Sword Peak like a madman. Python Tooth's figure brought along a faint shadow, continuously moving around him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The concentrated sounds of collisions were like rain. Outside of the green gale, countless of sparks exploded. Old Crocodile, who was wrapped in sparks, suddenly opened his eyes. He heard Ling Su's roar, and his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Xiaoqing's face was pale white, his lips trembling nonstop. He looked blankly at Tang Tian. The big-sized man suddenly threw the thing in his hand towards everyone. The white sword aura was like a crane breathing. The pitiful Bing did not even know how to comfort the injured tiger, and was actually stunned. Today, Tiger had been implicated too many times. Old Crocodile was like a crocodile hiding in the water plants, patiently waiting for an opportunity. But he had not met a worthy opponent for a long time. Tang Tian's eyes lit up and thought, don't tell me the demon sealing sword is summoning you? One was quiet, one was moving, two completely different attacking methods, but it seemed to have achieved a subtle balance. After being beaten up for an entire night, and not being at home, even a clay figurine would have some anger, and the usually calm tiger finally went berserk. Ling Su's orange eyes were like a burning flame. His silver hair danced wildly, his 10 fingers that were like metal rubbing together brought about a violent rotation, like a thick cloth tearing through the air, unceasingly sounding. You will all be killed. Two condensed true power, clashed without any fancy moves, and suddenly exploded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tang Tian's fingers pointed at the balls of light, and counted one by one. Tiger is not at home. Ling Su carried his spear, and walked out with a cold smile on his face. A straight ray of red light flew out from his finger, straight towards Xiaoqing. King Qilin was taken aback. The rascal in front of him was actually able to block his finger. I don't know. Xiaoqing shook his head. I can only feel that it is coming from the Stone Sword Peak. It wants me to go up. The night wind blew on his face. Boiling hot tears flowed out. Mechanical martial artist? A young man with a white fox tattooed on his body smiled. He was the white fox of the 5 Hitman squad. He was handsome, just that the smile on his face had a trace of evil. But Ling Su was not the least bit dejected. He roared again and again. The pointed sea spear did not stop. They were the most merciless and most savage killing machines. King Qilin's face congealed. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he thought. With such a head-on clash, the opponent was actually not at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Crane's cold voice could be heard from afar. Who are you? Bell, Xiaoqing and blind cord old man's face changed. The killing intent was tyrannical and brutal, as though an ancient fierce beast was born, causing their bodies to stiffen, their minds blank. His posture was graceful, like a big black crane, agile and at ease. He was calm. His body seemed to be in the space of an inch, twisting and turning. Every time his understanding of the crane body energy deepened, Crane's strength would increase greatly. He had built a solid foundation since he was young, he had spent a lot of effort, and now he was displaying a huge effect. Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. Tang Tian bellowed. Tiger roared in the sky, a biting cold blue light cut through the darkness. The pointed sea spear became even denser, layer after layer surging, wave after wave. I want to kill him. Tiger's tone was slightly cold. Tiger suddenly said to Bing, I am a little angry. He could not stay for long. Master, I want to go to Stone Sword Peak. Noticing Xiaqing who was running, King Qilin's gaze turned cold, raised his palm, and lightly pointed at Xiaqing's back. His opponent was a short and sturdy man with a crocodile on his chest. He was called Old Crocodile. He was ferocious and extremely savage. He held 2 short mace in his hands, and when he waved it, it was like a whizzing green tornado. Ling Su's spear tip released a cold aura, but when the tornado brushed against it, sparks flew everywhere. Crane, who was calm from the start, started to perspire. I am sorry, this story, which book did it come from? They had countless bounties on their heads, but no one had succeeded. Their bounties had already multiplied by many times. Buzz. This group of people, where did they come from? Where is the demon sealing sword? The big man laughed and looked around. Don't tell me you don't know. Bing's poker face started to perspire. Master Tiger's first time going berserk was actually because of a children's song. Tang Tian's expression turned cold. Without saying anything, he rushed out of the room. So strong. Bang. Both parties fought fast, waves after waves of transparent chi, continuously exploding out from their fists and claws. Kill, 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 kill. This was a very simple martial theory. One look and one could tell that his opponent was a rookie. To maintain such a high frequency of attacks, he would definitely not be able to last long. All of you, no matter what, you must not be killed. On the road, they met Guodong and Guiyu who were running away in panic. They originally wanted to rob them, but they did not expect to obtain news of the demon's sealing sword from Guodong's mouth. Heading to Stone Sword Peak? Tang Tian was stunned. The killing intent that seemed to materialize suddenly poured down. This is bad. Mechanical martial artists are trash. How can they add to my battle achievements? If this is counted as a battle achievement, I will be laughed at. The Arctic fox muttered to himself. Although you make yourself look like a tiger, Aya, going up the mountain to fight a tiger, don't tell me you are the one fighting. This was a prick. Bell's face changed. 5 Hitmen Squad. Chapter 233. Once he was able to differentiate it, he became gloomy. At that moment, he actually did not know where to start. Grandmaster grade, my Fire Scythe Ghost Claw has finally reached the Grandmaster grade. Steel Horse had a headache. He was the tallest, with a black horse painted on his chest. His name was Steel Horse. This martial technique could easily change its attack style, but the most important thing was that it could form a special type of Buddha fire. Bing was more interested in the tiger than the Arctic fox. Bing could tell that the opponent was probing him, but it was exactly what he wanted. He had never seen a tiger in such an angry state. Ever since he obtained the Sky Tiger, this mechanical weapon had completely overturned his previous understanding of mechanical weapons. There were many aspects that he needed to explore. Even Sai Lei did not know how to use the mechanical weapon that she created. But he did not fall into a frenzy, but calmly controlled the Sky Tiger. There were very few people who could train to the 5th level of Buddha fire, and King Qilin had always been proud of it. How much of an effect would an angry tiger have on the Sky Tiger? With the help of the treasured weapons and armor, Tang Tian actually suppressed King Qilin. A new mechanical weapon? The 5 Hitmen Squad had traveled extensively and killed countless mechanical martial artists. But there were not many mechanical martial artists that the Arctic Fox felt were of a decent standard. Mechanical engineers and mechanical martial artists were like a pair of brothers in hardship. These 2 occupations had completely become the entertainment of the rich 2nd generation. Steel Horse found the crux, the spirit general that used the bronze flute. Many details that were not easily noticed flowed through Bing's mind like water. Demonic sound of cats sobbing. A blind old man, a mute servant, and a spirit general that used a flute. Bing needed to slowly explore it himself, and after this period of time, he already had some insights. The performance of the Sky Tiger was directly related to the tiger. The tiger was a martial spirit and not a machine, so naturally it would have undulations. The undulations of the tiger had a huge impact on the performance of the Sky Tiger. He had the most opponents. In terms of rankings, the difference in strength between the 2 was huge. Blind Cord Old Man was ranked 9900, while he was ranked 9,870. Don't think that he was only 30 ranks higher than Blind Cord, but in the Heaven's Road list, even the difference of 1 rank could be clearly reflected. Moreover, the difference of more than 10 ranks between the two was not small. The 5-colored Qilin suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. Under the enraged state, the Sky Tiger's speed increased, its reaction became faster, and its desire to take the initiative to attack became stronger. Once he gave the order to attack, it would be very excited, but if he gave the order to defend, it would have a certain degree of rejection. He carefully felt and experienced it. He was not used to the mechanical weapon that had life, but he was filled with anticipation and curiosity. Because it was too smart, much smarter than all the mechanical weapons he had used before. King Qilin panicked and took a deep breath. A red light flowed down from his throat to his chest and stopped at the eye of the Qilin on his chest. Those powerhouses could easily move mountains and drain seas with just a wave of their hands. They could destroy a constellation with their own strength. In history, such things had happened before, and many of the strong martial artists had reached the pinnacle with such a battle record. The 5 Hitmen Squad had been formed for 7 years. 5 Heaven's Road list martial artists formed a group, which caused a sensation at that time. At that time, everyone thought that the newly formed 5 Hitmen Squad would definitely be very strong. The Arctic Fox was curious. Behind every mechanical weapon, there would definitely be a mechanical engineer. The standard of the mechanical weapon could directly tell the standard of the mechanical engineer. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Furthermore, the 5 Hitmen Squad was cunning and suspicious. When the 5 of them worked together, there were rarely any opponents, unless they met a martial artist ranked 9,500 or below. His 5 fingers were like hooks. With 5 dazzling stars, he grabbed towards King Qilin. The pressure on King Qilin was immense. The 5 Hitmen Squad very quickly made a name for themselves, but their whereabouts had also become secretive. They gradually faded out of people's sight, hiding themselves in the dark. People could only find them from the occasional murder cases that happened on some planets. If King Qilin knew that Tang Tian did not only have 1 treasure on him, what expression would he have? Belle's face was filled with disbelief. She stared blankly at the fiery battlefield. To a mechanical martial artist, to understand his mechanical weapon, and to be able to unleash its greatest power, was the most basic skill. The bleeding cat blade scythe finally let Tang Tian know the power of a treasure. The whimpering of the cat brought along a strange power, causing people to involuntarily be affected. Any one of the 3 of them were not his match, but with the 3 of them working together, it was his turn to complain incessantly. Especially the 2 sound-type martial artists, their coordination was surprisingly good. His attention was greatly diverted, and he was actually forcefully forced down by the mute servant. He raised his right palm, his 5 fingers were like hooks, and his fingertips suddenly exploded with 5 blazing light auras. The bleeding cat blade scythe in Tang Tian's hands continuously released the whimpering sound, the dark red blood scythe in the dazzling sparks, faintly discernible. The blind cord of sorrow, Iron Horse recognized it. An ordinary 7th level gold grade spirit card at most 4 to 5 million, but the ignited blood Buddha was worth 27 million and was definitely a top grade 7th level spirit card. But Tang Tian and the rest actually blocked the 5 hitmen group. Then there was the bleeding cat blade scythe. It was actually a treasure weapon, one of the treasures of Link's constellation. Treasures were much easier to identify as compared to normal star treasures, and many of their stories were always talked about enthusiastically by people and were constantly being spread. Coincidentally, King Qilin had an impression of the bleeding cat blade scythe, and thus he was even more depressed. That weird claw technique was actually not inferior to his own ignited blood Buddha in the slightest. A 7th level gold grade spirit card, worth 27 million star coins, was definitely a sky-high price. Martial techniques had developed to such a stage, it was already very strict, and at the same time, the price was also very clear. The enemy's state of mind was involuntarily affected by the whimpering sound, and King Qilin suffered greatly. The Arctic Fox was shocked by Sky Tiger's speed. Sky Tiger's speed definitely surpassed any mechanical weapon he had seen before. The armor, and it was a silver armor. That nimble and agile figure allowed King Qilin to easily distinguish this armor and its general power. The heavenly light pellet crane continuously provided true power. Until now, Tang Tian actually did not have a trace of fatigue. It was too embarrassing. The new fire scythe ghost claw burning with true power, what would it be like to reach the Grandmaster level? It really made people look forward to it. Grandmaster level. This was the Grandmaster level. That was the 5 hitmen group. The Arctic Fox was slightly interested. He took the initiative to pull apart. He wanted to see the standard of the mechanical martial artist and the mechanical weapon. How was it exactly? But what made King Qilin depressed was not only that Tang Tian also had a top-grade martial technique, but Tang Tian's figure made King Qilin's eyes red, almost vomiting blood. Belle could not believe her own eyes. Fighting in groups, until now, no one had admitted defeat. These fellows, who exactly were they? With a difference of 30 ranks, it could be said, if the two of them were to fight, Steel Horse's victory was practically set in stone. His rhythm was continuously disrupted, and he was continuously attacked by the mute servants. Steel Horse was furious. What Tang Tian did not know was that the weird sound was one of the killing techniques of the bleeding cat blade scythe. Tang Tian and the rest were actually not at a disadvantage. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly became serious. Grandmaster level, then I will use this damned King Qilin to celebrate. But what he did not expect was that today he actually met someone who could suppress him in terms of martial techniques. He was the dignified leader of the 5 hitmen group, but his equipment could not even compare to a child. Adding on Peacock's agility, Tang Tian looked to be more skillful and at ease. Even with the addition of the mute servants, it was not enough to increase blind cord old man's chances of winning. Fighting with numbers, that was when everyone's standard was about the same. If there was a clear difference in strength between both parties, numbers would not be able to make up for the difference in strength. The mechanical martial artist in front of him seemed to be quite strong. Tang Tian and King Qilin fought fiercely. After the initial stage of probing each other, both parties started to increase their strength, and the battle became even more intense. Just at this time, Tang Tian's fingertips suddenly seemed to have broken through a layer of barrier, and his fingers loosened. The spirit general's strength was not high, and his true power was even weaker, but his flute sound was very weird. It would constantly affect and even interrupt his attack rhythm. And the mute servant seemed to be injured, but under the influence of the flute sound, he was unstoppable and gave Steel Horse quite a bit of trouble. The martial technique he trained was Ignited Blood Pagoda, which was a 7th-level gold-grade spirit card, and at that time, he spent a total of 27 million star coins. This card had cost him all of his money, but you get what you pay for. Experimenting with the power of Ignited Blood Pagoda made King Qilin rather satisfied. Feeling Tiger's fighting intent, Bing's blood was boiling. Tang Tian was completely immersed in his attacks. This was the first time after his enlightenment, and it was extremely carefree. Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw formed a different system. The power of the true power combustion was extremely shocking. But he was also a person who knew his stuff. Such a perfect sound martial technique, this spirit general must have a great background. Tang Tian and the rest did not understand the 5 hitmen squad, but Belle, who was constantly in contact with various sources of information, was extremely familiar with all the names on the Heaven Road list. The Onyx Soul Horse, she was very clear of the strength of the 5 hitmen squad. Sky Tiger's wings spread out, like a blue lightning, occasionally streaking across the sky. Ignited Blood Pagoda had a total of 7 levels, and every level produced a different type of Buddha fire. King Qilin cultivated to the 5th level, and the Buddha fire that was produced was called Scarlet Blood Buddha Fire. Indeed, from the day the 5 hitmen squad was formed, they were invincible. Southern Sky's 42 constellations, at least 15 constellations had their traces left behind. Their cruelty and bloodthirstiness, and their strength, were equally famous. But the opponent's martial technique was also not inferior to the Ignited Blood Pagoda. His 10 fingers felt an indescribable ease, as though his fingertips had lost all restraint, as though the air did not exist. After he finished grinding the anvil, it did not allow his fire scythe ghost claw to reach the Grandmaster level. Until now, his fire scythe ghost claw had truly reached the Grandmaster level. Chapter 234. He had finally found an advantage. Look at the martial techniques he was training in. Rank 7, Lightning Thunderclap Hands, Rank 7, Ring Finger, and Rank 7, Limitless Leg. King Qilin could not care about anything else and roared. The combusting true power spewed out sparks, blossoming into stars in front of Tang Tian, and the indistinct cries of a night cat converged into a thread of black mist that lingered around his fingertips. The 5 stars also started to flicker, bright and dark. Just based on the martial techniques, it was enough to oppress Tang Tian to death. What a great monument palm! A rank 5 martial technique? How could he take it out to embarrass himself? Scattering Vortex was also rank 5, Tantei was also rank 5. In the next moment, he appeared behind Tang Tian and punched at the back of Tang Tian's neck. Tang Tian seemed to have sensed it. He lowered his head and lifted his left leg. Pa! He clashed with King Qilin's leg. Every martial technique was a gold-grade spirit card. Damn it! Tang Tian's heart was at peace. Python Fong, who was wandering around, felt his boss chi. A cold aura flashed past his eyes. His restless heart gradually sank. Even boss had started to fight. Let's fight with all our might. The first firefly flew towards Qilin's body. Before it even got close, Qilin roared and a formless energy spread out. The firefly exploded and became a dazzling spark. The whistling sound that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. Old Croc glanced at it and retracted his gaze. He did not intend to change his mind. According to his calculations, Ling Su would be exhausted very soon. Tang Tian shouted in his heart. The ball of light that was shrouded in mist nimbly fell from Tang Tian's fingertips. 5 flickering fireflies swept across the sky with beautiful traces of light, leisurely flying away. King Qilin suddenly punched out with both his fists. His legs suddenly retreated and widened the distance between them. King Qilin, who was in midair, suddenly narrowed his eyes. A slow firefly suddenly appeared in front of him. However, he didn't have time to think about it very soon. Tang Tian's attacks came down on him, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. He could not understand, and what made him vomit blood was, once Tang Tian was in danger, he would use the fire scythe ghost claw. King Qilin's heart trembled violently as an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his entire body. The 5 fireflies that were flying towards him actually gave him the urge to stretch out his hand and touch them. The blood in King Qilin's body almost froze. He bit the tip of his tongue and the thick taste of blood filled his mouth. However, his spirit was suddenly lifted and a murderous aura rushed to his head. Waves of air swept out in all directions. The others exclaimed in surprise. His gaze calmed down. That killer move must have consumed a lot of energy. Because of his true power, the consumption was similarly huge. He was at the 7th level of true power, and he could see that Tang Tian was at the 6th level. The battle had just begun. The black mist took the opportunity to enter the Qilin's body. King Qilin was slightly hesitant. With a roar, the 5-colored Qilin in front of his chest lit up like a candle's eyes, faintly. Its body stretched and squirmed. It was unspeakably strange. Both of their bodies swayed. A 5-colored Qilin figure suddenly rose up and enveloped his entire body, faintly discernible in the flames of the ignited blood pagoda. Heart protection. What kind of freak was this fellow? The spark's net suddenly constricted and tightly covered the Qilin. The Qilin immediately cried out miserably and struggled with all its might. But the spark's net became tighter and tighter. The dazzling sparks did not seem to be affected by the ignited blood pagoda at all. They were like burning red iron wires, strand after strand, densely packed, tightly wrapped around the Qilin. Damn it, which asshole created this claw technique? The fireflies exploded in front of King Qilin's eyes. Countless dazzling sparks suddenly occupied his vision. But a Grandmaster-grade martial technique. The fierce and barbaric ancient qi suddenly descended, and the two candles on his fists suddenly lit up. Grandmaster grade, as expected of a Grandmaster grade martial technique. Be it armor or treasured weapons, or spirit cards that were not inferior to the ignited blood pagoda, they were all external objects that would only make him jealous. Steel Horse was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. He turned his head in surprise. Boss was already risking his life? Wrath of the Qilin. If he used that move, winning would be easy, but he would have to rest for at least half a year. Unless he had no other choice, he would definitely not want to use that move. A small shield suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the sparks. The sparks landed on the surface of the shield, causing countless cracks to appear on the surface of the shield. But King Qilin grasped this fleeting opportunity and dodged the move. Any type of martial technique that reached the Grandmaster grade was extremely terrifying and respectable, because it was not something external objects could bring about. In this type of martial technique, he had the qualifications to be called a Grandmaster. Pa. Tang Tian forcefully used these low-level martial techniques to block his torrential attacks. This feeling made King Qilin feel as though he had eaten a fly. There was a difference of 2 whole levels. King Qilin's eyes lit up with a red light, like the candles in the night. It was unspeakably eerie. The two of them attacked at an extremely fast rate, like 2 clumps of shadows entangled together. It was impossible to see clearly. Only the sound of the rainstorm could be heard, and the ground beside them would explode from time to time, with mud flying everywhere. Grandmaster grade martial technique. How could this be? Unless he really had to use that move? But who, Grandmaster grade? So what if he was a Grandmaster grade? The candle-like pupils stared intently at the Demon King blazing firefly that was flying towards him. He raised his right arm, and the Qilin on his chest squirmed and turned to his right arm. The 2 candle-like Qilin eyes were on his fist. Pa! Another firefly exploded into sparks and fell into the net of sparks. The net of sparks immediately became much thicker. This was the first time King Qilin felt discouraged. 5-colored Qilin, a rare silver rank blood meridian. He had spent 9 million star coins to purchase it. This kind of ancient blood meridian was extremely rare. It carried the might of the ancient Qilin. Although it was already very thin, but this trace of ancient Qilin's might and ferocity was enough to make people feel reverence. He realized that the youth in front of him actually made him not know where to start. This fellow was like a turtle, without any flaws. Not good. But this beautiful move, the opponent would definitely not be able to use it as he wished. At this point, King Qilin had already given up on the idea of ending the battle quickly. He had already raised Tang Tian to a level of opponent. Like 2 rhinoceroses colliding head-on, the ground trembled and the air waves swept across. The sparks net was like a balloon that was being blown up, suddenly expanding and looking as though it was about to burst. If it was only the firefly, it would not be that scary. But the black mist was also very evil. The sound of a cat crying. 1 good and 1 evil, it was extremely difficult to deal with. His physical strength was quickly depleting. Boss. Bloom, Demon King blazing firefly. He could not feel any redness in his eyes. His heart was only filled with fear. His ignited blood pagoda was only at the 5th level. He did not even dare to think about the Grandmaster grade. It was as far as a dream. The more King Qilin fought, the more shocked he was. What the hell, the martial techniques that this fellow knew were actually so diverse. He actually did not have the upper hand. If not for the fact that these martial techniques were all low-level martial techniques without any outstanding martial techniques, he would have long turned and ran. Other than the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, which could be considered as a top-quality martial technique, Tang Tian's other martial techniques were all common. His entire body was drenched as though he had just been fished out of the water. His breath was so hot that it felt like it was burning. It had been a long time since he had such an intense close combat fight. His physical strength could not keep up as he stared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's face was also full of sweat, but his energy was still very good. He was overwhelmed with shock. 3 fireflies exploded consecutively. The blazing red sparks were like a big net, trapping Qilin in it. King Qilin took a deep breath and stood up straight. King Qilin panted heavily as he stared at the young man in front of him. The small shield was a silver treasure from the Scutum constellation. It was a heart protection small shield. He had gotten it for a long time but never had the chance to use it. He did not expect it to save his life today. Although the treasure was destroyed, he did not feel heartache at all. He only stared at Tang Tian. With this claw, the sharp aura disappeared. A wave of ferocious and peerless aura dispersed in all directions. The two of them looked at each other, roared in unison and rushed forward at the same time. To be able to use such a powerful killing technique at the 6th level, it was really powerful. This fellow, where did this freak come from? The 5 fireflies completely subverted his understanding of martial techniques. It gave him the feeling that they were alive. Only until today did he know that when a martial technique was trained to the Grandmaster grade, it would have a life. Such a strong power. Tang Tian was shocked. The calm young man in front of him was like a monster in his eyes. Could it be that this fellow started training when he was in his mother's womb? When the Grandmaster grade martial technique blossomed from Tang Tian's fingertips, he could not believe his own eyes. This fellow's power was actually so strong. King Qilin was extremely surprised. But the battle situation was completely different from the martial technique. Qilin was even more furious. He raised his front hooves and stomped down. Ooh! Qilin's body froze. Pa! He shattered into pieces and became a 5-colored light aura. Bang! 5 flickering fireflies arrived leisurely, bringing with them a suffocating beauty and tranquility. The night wind suddenly became tranquil. In the quiet, empty valley, the grass was dewy and the fireflies were fluttering. The white fox chuckled, "Seems like I have to risk my life." This terrifying claw technique could actually be used for long distance and close combat. In close combat, Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw was not slow at all. It was as fast as lightning. His entire body was enveloped in sparks. An indistinct weeping sound of a night cat suddenly sounded. A wisp of black fog wrapped around Qilin's body. It was like a black cat, agile and strange. Qilin's candle eyes trembled. This strange weeping sound made him feel that something was wrong. King Qilin felt a pain in his chest. As though he was hit by a heavy hammer, he flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. King Qilin's eyes flashed a cold ray and his figure disappeared from his original position. The dark red shadow of Qilin's fist was dripping with anger. It roared and stomped forward. Bang! Qilin! Chapter 235. Not good. No matter what, you must not die. Asshole. Damn it. Until Cepheus constellation and Cassiopeia constellation merged and formed the Immortal martial sect. This stone slab then became the true foundation of the Immortal martial sect. It and Cepheus constellation's reflective martial bronze mirror were the foundations of the Immortal martial sect. Boss! Arctic Fox suddenly shouted, his heart surging with a strong sense of unease. The 5 hitmen squad were all experienced in battles. Once King Qilin made a decision, they immediately displayed their ruthless and decisive side. Even the uneasy Arctic Fox threw it to the back of his head and calmed his mind. Unless, the mountain below Xie Qing's feet suddenly shook, as though the rocks were splitting apart. Chen Zilin shook his head. Could it be that the weather was too hot recently, and everyone was too lazy to create new martial techniques? Out of the 19,980 unique martial techniques, there were 16,743 martial techniques that had names that were dark gray. These were all unique martial techniques that had appeared in history, but were now lost. When the gray unique martial technique names turned gold, it meant that this unique martial technique was once again found by someone to inherit it. On a tall platform shrouded in gray mist, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. A gray flag was placed on the platform, which was over 100 feet high, with a large black character written on it, hidden. Number 19981. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, 1-star killing technique. Demon King blazing firefly other than Tang Tian. At the foot of the mountain, there were flashes of light auras. Occasionally there were explosions, but it made the peak of the mountain seem peaceful. 6 months and 9 days. Chen Zilin gave an accurate answer. He was extremely familiar with all the names on the board of unique martial artists. The boundless gray mist gradually sunk down. Below Tang Tian and the rest's knees, it was like a sea of gray clouds. Above the sea of gray clouds, it was extremely refreshing. But the rocks on the mountain were slowly peeling off. If you don't come out, everyone will die. The vast gray void was filled with a faint gray mist. Everyone seemed to be immobilized, like statues. The crack was like a huge dragon, following Xiaqing's feet, rumbling along the mountain, snaking down like lightning. The entire mountain was trembling, violently trembling. Xiaqing looked around. It was empty. There was nothing at all. Shua, with great tacit understanding, they moved at the same time, and like 5 arrows that had left the bow, they all pounced toward the mountain. Xiaqing could not hold it in any longer, and his tears started to fall. King Qilin stared blankly at the mountain that was continuously falling. His gaze became more and more passionate. He could feel it. He really felt it. This terrifying aura even suppressed the 5-colored Qilin bloodline in his body. Let's go. Chen Zilin waved his hand. I'll be a little late. Come out. Xiaqing suddenly bellowed. His bloodshot eyes opened wide, like a wild beast on the brink of death. The flickering light shone on his face, making him feel even more hopeless and angry. How was the battle at the foot of the mountain? Dozens of fissures, like dozens of ferocious black dragons, let out loud rumbles and sent sand and pebbles flying. With a terrifying momentum, they zigzagged from the top of the mountain to the foot. The roar turned into a plea, and in the midst of the pleading, there was a thick sobbing sound. Xiaqing's knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. So strong, damn it! It was all because he was too weak. The sword is in the middle of the mountain. The Arctic fox suddenly bellowed. Rocks kept falling, as though the outer shell was being peeled off. The indescribable dangerous aura was like gathering dark clouds, extremely oppressive. Everyone's face congealed. The scene in front of them was too shocking. On the unique slate, a row of golden words appeared. Chen Zilin continued to immerse himself in the research of the slate. Huala huala bang. Xiaqing clenched his fist tightly and smashed it heavily on the ground. Run, run with all his might. The slate would show the names of some martial techniques. At the start, no one knew what it meant. But slowly they realized all the martial techniques that appeared on the unique slate were all extremely strong, far surpassing the normal martial techniques. Normal martial techniques were divided into different levels, and it was hard to accurately assess their power. Come out. The mist below the stage gradually dissipated, and the stage finally revealed its true appearance. Suddenly, a gold light entered his vision. Unique martial skills, every single one of them was a unique skill, and every single one of them was unique. A faint sigh sounded out in everyone's heart. Heaven's road was vast, and there were countless of stars. To be able to find 1029 unique martial techniques, the Immortal martial sect had spent a lot of manpower, resources, and money. Following the rise of the Immortal martial sect's influence, the board of unique martial sect was closely scrutinized. It is quite long. His comrade could not help but sigh. Could it be that there is a problem with the unique slate? The Arctic fox's shout had already attracted the attention of the others. Seeing the boss's hand gesture, the 5 Hitmen squad members' hearts trembled. Are you playing with me? On the current board of unique martial techniques, there were a total of 19,986 types of martial techniques. Chen Zilin was extremely familiar with every single one of the numbers on the unique slate. The space that allowed a person to step on was only the size of a palm. He had already reached the highest point of the mountain peak. At the highest point of the mountain peak, there was a small flat ground of 2 meters square. Everyone who was fighting was shocked by the sudden loud sound and could not help but stop. Tang Tian suddenly felt danger the moment the gray aura spread out. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. But just as he ran 2 steps, he was caught by the gray aura and stopped in his tracks. Tens of thousands of swords were stuck on the high platform, densely packed together. The high platform was like a hedgehog, especially on the two sides of the platform. The swords were even denser. They were like grass, every sword was filled with nicks, and some were even broken. Why was there nothing? He took out an ice bucket, and inside the ice bucket were a few pieces of watermelon. He casually took out a piece, and without caring about his image, he started to eat. An ice-cold feeling entered his body. It was indescribably comfortable, and he became even more engrossed in eating. Xianxia quivered. He immediately reacted. It's awake. Half of the mountain was floating in mid-air, the rocks at the bottom of the mountain were continuously falling, and Xianxia was at a loss. The number of unique martial techniques that were lit up in Heaven's Road was a total of 3,237 types. And the Immortal martial sect had found and confirmed a total of 1,029 types. The 30m high platform, 100,000 broken swords. Chen Zilin's body trembled, the red watermelon juice was all over his face, but he did not care, and suddenly raised his head. I beg you, come out. Quickly come out. When the first-generation Immortal Empress found out that the stone slab that could not be moved was actually the Saint Treasure of Cassiopeia constellation, she was extremely depressed. To them, such a large stone slab that could not be used in battle had no value at all. That's true. His companion was embarrassed and then waved his hand. I'm leaving, I'm not on duty tonight. I don't know why you're so interested in the Board of Unique. Anyway, I look at the stone slab every day, and I want to vomit. The mountain was becoming smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia bit his lips tightly, his fists clenched tightly. Come out. Why aren't you coming out? Why? Hey, Zilin, you're still guarding here. His companion was surprised. He glanced at the Board of Unique and laughed. There's no movement. It seems like there hasn't been a new unique martial technique for a long time. Are you really playing with me? Everyone's eyes constricted. When Tang Tian was running, he heard a light exclamation. Thus, people had a special name for this type of martial technique, unique martial technique. The history of the unique stone slab was very long. It had not been discovered in Cassiopeia constellation, it was erected there, and its history was even longer than human history. How the unique stone slab was formed was still a mystery. Boss hand gesture only meant one thing. Prepare to make a move. A huge sense of loss struck Xianxia's heart. Could it be his own hallucination? But now, Tang Tian realized his entire body was completely locked down by a cold qi. He could not even move a finger, his body still maintaining a running posture. He suddenly made a hand gesture to the Arctic fox. The power of the unique martial technique made it an absolute art that all the powerhouses wanted to obtain. Any unique martial technique was priceless. In Xianxia's mind, a faint sigh suddenly sounded out. Kakaka, don't talk nonsense. Chen Zilin said, if the unique stone slab has a problem, we, the Immortal Martial, will not know how big of a storm it will be. Do you think it's your turn to be noisy here? The rocks of Stone Sword Peak were like broken biscuits, falling down like raindrops. The gray aura was extremely fast, so fast that there was no time to react. In the blink of an eye, everyone was locked down by the gray aura. This sigh was like the fog in the night, faintly discernible and hard to grasp. The gigantic stone slab in front of him that was as tall as 100m was the Saint Treasure of Cassiopeia constellation, the unique stone slab. This stone slab was able to capture all the undulations of martial techniques in the entire Heaven's Road. Every undulation of martial techniques, it would be able to capture it. Suddenly, a gray light aura suddenly exploded out from inside the mountain. Everyone's face changed. I am protecting you, the village is protecting you, they are helping you, why are you still not coming out? Xianxia was completely dumbstruck. He stared blankly at the cracks that continued to expand, the ground beneath his feet shook, he was unable to stabilize his body. The wind whistled past his ears, the mountain road in the night was extremely rugged and uneven. The intense battle at the foot of the mountain, occasionally lit up with dazzling light auras, illuminating the mountain road in front of him. He did not dare to turn his head, he was afraid to see blood, to see those scenes that he did not want to see. A lone figure, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down from above, disdainfully at the world. Saint Treasure! Only a Saint Treasure could possibly have such a terrifying aura. Come out! It had already been a full 6 months since a new unique martial technique had appeared, and such a situation was extremely rare. Normally, every year, there would be at least 3 to 5 unique martial techniques appearing. The angry roars were sent far away by the night wind. The explosions that sounded out from the foot of the mountain became footnotes in the wind. Dead silence, dead silence. The call coming from the mountain became stronger and clearer. A faintly discernible thought came from afar, calming his heart. Unknowingly, his footsteps slowed down. A suffocating thought suddenly surfaced in everyone's mind. Ka. Immortal Martial. Chapter 236. The qilin on his chest was boiling with fighting spirit. The other 4 beasts were on his 4 limbs. Unparalleled power filled every corner of his body. It was as though the entire world was under his feet. As though it could feel his excitement, the crane sword trembled in his hand. This is the spirit domain of the demon sealing sword. Crane said calmly. Suddenly, a strong qi soared into the sky. Xianxia was stunned. He quickly turned his head. His face changed. The only gold-ranked treasure of the heavenly crane constellation. King Qilin licked his lips. He stared at the crypto sword saint greedily. As long as he could get his hands on this sword, his power would not be temporary anymore. These 3 words had always accompanied him as he grew up. Just these 2 words caused his blood to boil uncontrollably, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the crane sword. No one knew that the crane sword in his hand was also a saint treasure. You are the descendant of the martial heart sect? Crane repeatedly chewed on the weird name. That is my goal, my future. Body fusion technique. This is a body fusion technique. Belle's face was pale. Her voice trembled. The 5 of them combined their powers into one. Oh my God. 5 Heavens Road list martial artists combined. From today onwards, you are the descendant of the crypto sword current. It was as though they were facing a prehistoric wild beast that had awoken from millions of years of slumber. A sword saint spirit general from a few hundred years ago. They did not know how weak he was. With just a stomp of his foot, the spirit domain was about to crumble. What's going on? Tang Tian asked anxiously. How did they suddenly become so strong? Xianxia did not dare to speak. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would burst into tears. The number of times he had cried today was more than the number of times he had cried in the past 20 years. This was the first time he knew that he was not as strong as he thought he was. The voice above his head was silent. Everyone's hearts shook violently. White Fox was the most perceptive and knowledgeable person among them. The 5 hitmen group formed a circle. Their hands were linked together. The beasts on their chests looked as though they were alive. A white fox, an iron horse, a crocodile, and a python swam along everyone's arms and gathered at the 5-colored qilin on King Qilin's body. A gray sword robe appeared in his vision. Crypto Sword Saint walked slowly, as though he did not see the cracks in the spirit domain. His pace was extremely calm, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Xianxia stared blankly at the shocking scene, and did not know what to do. Only when this indifferent voice resounded in his ears did he shudder and sober up. When he realized that he was no longer imprisoned, he immediately prostrated on the ground with an excited expression. A bloodthirsty, ruthless, and terrifying aura crashed into everyone like waves. Because in this spirit domain, the martial spirit guarding it is a sword saint. Belle's expression congealed. Such a spirit domain, who can break it? A cold gray sword pressed onto Xianxia's shoulder, and a faint voice came out from above. King Qilin exploded into a dazzling ball of light. This sword, this is the power that only a gold secret treasure possesses. Crane saw that everyone did not seem to understand, so he explained in detail, every treasure can be seen as a small world. These small worlds originate from the power of the martial spirit. Some of them are complete, some are incomplete, and the martial spirit of a gold secret treasure is extremely strong, and can form a space that belongs to them, which contains their most original power. Once King Qilin and the rest regained their freedom, they once again gathered together. Tang Tian and the rest also gathered together. Even Crane, who was always calm, could not help but narrow his eyes. He suddenly turned his head, and his gaze landed on the Saint Bestowal stage far away, and could not help but reveal a passionate look of envy. He trained in sword techniques, how could he not know about the Saint Bestowal stage? Damn it! It truly is a saint treasure, too strong. The White Fox's praise was mixed with a deep passion. Defeat him, and we can obtain this sword. Sword Saint. On the stage, the back view of the 100,000 broken swords turned around, and everyone could then see his appearance clearly. His face was very thin, and looked like a 40-year-old middle-aged man. His gaze was deep, and the gray sword robe on his body seemed to be somewhat loose and big. The Sword Saint's words caused Xiaqing's vision to become blurry. The many generations of perseverance were all in this sentence. Ever since he started to understand, the elders in the village would always tell him that they were all guardians of the sword. It's been hard on you. Training 100,000 swords, Xiaqing felt as though he was struck by lightning. Countless thoughts flowed into his mind like water. Every Sword Saint's Saint Bestowal stage was different, and it was said that the Saint Bestowal stage represented the Sword Saint's understanding of the sword. Belle obviously knew a lot about the Crypto Sword Saint. She said softly, every Sword Saint will have a Saint Bestowal stage, which is that high stage. The Crypto Sword Saint's Saint Bestowal stage is called the Desolate Sword Cluster. On the Desolate Sword Cluster, there are 100,000 broken swords. All of these swords were broken from training before being bestowed as a saint. Although your talent is ordinary, but your temperament is simple, handing the Crypto Sword Current to you, I am assured. As for this sword, I will seal its spirit domain, and when you are able to train in this unique martial technique, it will open. King Qilin tilted his head and looked at him, his eyes filled with ridicule. King Qilin's eyes widened, and just as he was about to wave his fist, a faint voice suddenly sounded out. He waved his sleeve, and Tang Tian and the rest felt their bodies loosening up, and could actually move again. I only want this sword. Use that move. White Fox said without hesitation, only with that move we will have a chance. If we win, it will be ours. Saint Treasure, we will only have this one chance in our lifetime to gamble. Desolate Sword Cluster. Every Sword Saint, when bestowed as a saint, will communicate with the heaven and earth. All living things will follow the sword, and according to the Sword Saint's will, become a Saint Bestowal stage. Crane's face was not calm. His eyes were filled with anxiety. So strong, this feeling was too wonderful. After walking for about 10 m, he suddenly stopped, and without turning his head back, he said a sentence. A terrifying chi exploded out from King Qilin's body. Where did it come from? Just now you asked, what is my sect's unique martial technique? He slowly raised his arm, his mouth revealing a sinister smile. Idiot, who cares about your unique martial technique? Just the chi that was released was enough to suffocate people. For the first time, he had an irresistible sense of failure. He tightly held onto the crane sword, but the sense of failure in his heart did not diminish. Remember its name. Sword Saint. So what if you are a Sword Saint? 5 beasts as one. Disciple Xiaqing, ancestor Xiaxin. He suddenly stomped on the ground, rumbling, the entire spirit domain sea of fog, as if it was shocked. In this boundless space, suddenly, many transparent cracks appeared. These were the cracks of the spirit domain. King Qilin suddenly grinned eerily. Go and die. When Tang Tian's body returned to normal, he revealed his true nature and asked curiously in a low voice, what is this place? There is so much fog, it feels weird, I can't see the end of it. Crypto Sword Saint was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, then I will tell you. This is called. Xiaqing blurted out, what is our sect's unique martial technique? His tone was extremely calm, but the sea of fog that was shocked suddenly calmed down, as if there was an invisible hand stroking the sea of fog, smoothing it out. Unfortunately, this power was only temporary, Great Void Sword. But, if he were to use that technique, a sword from King Qilin's chin, pierced into his brain, King Qilin's eyes popped out, his entire body froze, the terrifying power in his body was like an uncontrollable flame, recklessly colliding. Bang! A faint sound came from the distant desolate swords. A gray figure stood with his hands behind his back. The village guarded this barren land, guarded the sword that no one knew where, scrupulously abided by the teachings of their ancestors. Confusion and doubt had never left them. Belle did not have such a good temper. She glanced at Ling Su. Just now, who could move? The power of the spirit domain is extremely strong. Unless your power is above the treasures, then you can break the spirit domain. Our current spirit domain, almost no one can break it. That's right, even if it had already become a martial spirit, but the power of a sword saint was personally experienced by everyone. There were countless martial artists who trained in sword techniques, like the sand in the Ganges River, but no matter which era, there were only a few who could be bestowed with the title of a saint. Everyone was silent. That's right, the saint treasure was within their reach in their entire lives. To be able to encounter it once was already extremely lucky. If they missed this chance, they would never encounter it again. Tang Tian's face changed. King Qilin's current qi was many times stronger than before. This was another level of power, although it was just the aftermath, but Tang Tian was still unable to breathe. Not only him, the faces of the people around all changed. Their faces were filled with shock. He is a martial spirit. The Arctic fox lowered his voice, his lowered eyes flashing with an uncontrollable light aura. We are in the spirit domain of the demon's sealing sword. But Tang Tian subconsciously asked. He is too strong. Python Fong's voice was cold. Sounds profound. Tang Tian muttered. Xan Wu is a good child. A faint sigh, like a wispy wind, floated in the air above the sea of gray mist. The other four people were already on the ground. Xie Qing's limbs were cold. He wanted to shout for everyone to run. Suddenly, the sword on his shoulder was withdrawn. Crane smiled calmly. Spirit domain? Tang Tian was stunned. The rest of them all looked at Crane. The entire gray mist in the spirit domain, under the impact of the terrifying qi, surged unceasingly, as though the sea of mist was boiling. The ground was shaking. The entire spirit domain looked as though it could collapse at any time. Saint Treasure! Hiss! Everyone could not help but take in a cold breath, revealing a look of shock. King Qilin was silent. Ling Su snorted. Who cares what broken spirit domain it is? I will break it with my spear. With these 3 words, the desolate sword cluster of 10,000 swords resonated. The spirit domain shook. Everyone's gaze fell on King Qilin. They were waiting for his decision. This time, no one spoke. Chapter 237. No one cared about him. Even Tang Tian, who had the strongest intuition, did not sense anything strange before the sword saint made his move. Belle's face changed and exclaimed, swallowing light steel fist sang ku. Sai Lei was stunned. Sword saint, these few little friends of yours are not bad. It is fate that brought us together. These things shall be our first meeting gift. Xie Qing's hand had an additional gray sword. It looked like an ordinary-looking old sword. Tang Tian raised one finger. Ling Su was dumbfounded. Why had he never heard of the silver spear and wind chimes? The demon's sealing sword actually looks like this? Tang Tian scratched his head, slightly surprised. He then asked Xie Qing, what do you plan to do next? Stone Sword Peak is already gone. You guys don't need to guard here anymore. Why not you follow us to Southern Cross Constellation? Ling Su was stunned. His spear was an old thing. He took up the sheep horn wind chimes and compared it with his silver spear. The bright red tassel on the silver spear suddenly extended out 2 red threads and tied onto the sheep horn wind chimes. Crane's hand formed a sword seal, and with a light stroke, the small sword clanged, transforming into 12 small swords, like a small umbrella, revolving above Crane's head. Don't be happy too early. Tang Tian's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing down. We got the Corvus gold, but how do we turn it into star coins? No problem. Bing waved his hand with a face of generosity, but immediately revealed a scoundrel's face. I don't have any use for it, it doesn't matter if I can't use it, just give me a few more and sell them. Bing suddenly interrupted. Since you plan to stay in Corvus Constellation, why not help us buy the Corvus gold? Bing was afraid that Tang Tian would be too generous and give all the money to Xiaqing, so he decided to first decide on the shares. 1,000 kilograms? Sai Lei asked excitedly. 10,000 kilograms, that was worth 5 billion star coins. Bing's skin was already thick to a certain extent. Just as he was about to praise himself, he heard Tang Tian say loudly, "Relax, this business, count it on you." And in the ball of light in front of blind cord old man, there was a ball of silk floating. Tang Tian beamed with joy. Ha, we're on the same side from now on. I'm rich, I'm rich. This was definitely the longest sentence that the Cryptosword Saint had spoken in a long time. Even to Xiaqing, he did not speak so much. There was a pill floating in the ball of light in front of the mute servant. Before his voice died away, the boundless sea of gray clouds retreated towards the desolate sword cluster like a receding tide. His vision returned to normal. Belle wanted to go home and give the blood to her sister. As for the blind cord old man and the mute servant, they started their journey as well. They needed to find the star door to enter the spirit region and enter 3 Spirit City. Tang Tian's entrance to the martial spirit chamber, other than him and the spirit generals, he could not bring anyone else in. When Bing heard that, he immediately felt his heart ache. He quickly said, "Count it as your investment. You will get 10% of the profits from all the Corvus gold purchased by the Xie village." The rapidly shrinking sea of gray fog and clouds shrank into a gray and disappeared. "Great empty sword," Xiaqing muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with determination. He was a person with a strong sense of responsibility. Since he had become the sole inheritor of the Cryptosword current, he had to take on some of the responsibilities. Xiaqing shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions. Xiaqing will stay here. Although I do not know if my master has any descendants, but what if there are? The Xie family is the guardian of the sword. Now that I have obtained the inheritance of the Cryptosword current, it is my master's grace. I still hope to wait for my master's descendants. Also, it is already very late for me to start training in the Cryptosword current. I need to focus." Just as he was about to speak, he heard Tang Tian waving his hand. "How can we do that? 10% is too little. 15%. Xiaqing, you must have it. You must. If you don't want it, we won't do it." Other than them, no one knew the value of the Corvus gold. No one knew the value of the Corvus gold, so no one was willing to pay for it. The ball of light in front of Belle was also a card. "What card is this?" Tang Tian could not help but raise his head and ask curiously. "Extremely famous." Belle's expression congealed. He was one of the most outstanding fist martial artists of that era. His swallowing light steel fist was said to be able to swallow all light. He was hailed as the fist martial artist closest to the Saint of Fist. Tang Tian also needed to make a move first. Sai Lei was still hiding in the military warehouse. Sai Lei quickly calmed down. One by one, plans appeared in her mind. Her eyes flashed with a biting cold aura. That's right, the Corvus gold was in her hands. But that did not mean that she could exchange it for star coins. Little friend Tang, to be able to cultivate a silver martial spirit at such a young age, not bad. Your fire scythe ghost claw has already entered the ranks of unique martial techniques. But to become a close quarters combat expert, you are still lacking. This card is for you. His life was filled with ups and downs. His heart was unable to calm down. Even when he was at death's door, he could not escape. I have known him for 10 years. I could not bear to see him die. So when he was at death's door, I used the demon's sealing sword to seal his martial spirit. This card is for you. I have a selfish motive. I do not want my old friend's consummate technique to disappear. You are able to gain enlightenment on a unique martial technique. Your talent is naturally exceptional. I hope you can gain enlightenment on this card. Xiaqing noted it down. seeing that the Corvus gold was very important to them. As for the shares, he did not really care. He was filled with gratitude towards Tang Tian and the rest. Is it very famous? Tang Tian turned his head in astonishment. The young lady's determination to earn money was something that even a sword saint could not shake. 15%. Do you know how much 15% would be worth in the future? You big ladle. Just by opening your mouth, you will lose so much money. Asshole, he said to blind-cord old man, this ball of silk is the treasure of Pegasus constellation, Silver Horse Mane. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Only that the tall stone sword peak had disappeared. What was left was a pile of rubble. The 5 hitmen from the 5 hitmen squad had also disappeared. All that was left was a mess and burnt black. It showed that there had been an intense battle here. Xiaqing, you should train well. When you have mastered the great empty sword, the demon sealing sword's spirit domain will be opened again. That will be the time we meet again. Tang Tian felt that it was reasonable. He nodded his head. That's right, that's right. Crypto Sword Saint's indifferent voice came out from the desolate swords cluster. He waved his sleeves. A few rays of light flew out from the desolate swords cluster. They flew in front of the few of them and stopped. Today's battle had an unprecedented impact on everyone present. Such a huge number completely made Sai Lei dizzy. Finished, he extended out the crane sword in his hand. Together with the sheath, he lightly guided the small sword. The small sword seemed to be attracted by a magnet. It followed the crane sword and flew over. This asshole. If you don't take charge, you don't know how expensive your daily necessities are. 2 Spirit General Martial friends, nice to meet you. I have used up all the things that Spirit Generals use. I have nothing left to give you. It is a pity. Crypto Sword Saint said to Bing and Magic Flute. Inside the ball of light in front of Ling Su, floated a silver wind chime. The wind chime was formed from 2 small and exquisite silver goat horns. After finishing, Crypto Sword Saint ignored Tang Tian. He said to Ling Su, this goat horn wind chime is an old item of your spear. It is also a star treasure of Aries constellation. I accidentally obtained it in the past. I will return it to its rightful owner. Crypto Sword Saint then said to Crane, your talent is the highest among all of them. Your sword heart is firm and stable. A pity. This silver star treasure of Andromeda constellation, Umbrella Pearl Auxiliary Sword, is for you. Tang Tian looked at the card curiously. On the surface of the card was a pair of eyes. It was a pair of angry eyes. Inside the ball of light in front of Tang Tian floated a card. When Tang Tian found Sai Lei's eyes lit up. Filled with anticipation, he asked, how much Corvus gold did you get? The other 4 had a hole in their throats. They were lying in a pool of blood. They were no longer breathing. Xiaqing heard Tang Tian's resolute attitude. He laughed helplessly. All right, I will listen to Master. A look of praise flashed past Crypto Sword Saint's eyes. His talent with the sword was truly astonishing. Crypto Sword Saint did not care about Bing. Instead, he nodded at Magic Flute. This was the first Sword Saint they had ever seen. Every move he made had the power to destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. It caused people to tremble involuntarily. An invisible sword. No one could escape from it. Hearing that, Ling Su patted Xiaqing's shoulder. His face was full of praise. Well said. Affectionate and loyal. A good man should be like that. Inside the ball of light in front of Crane was a small sword. Wah, it can even swallow light. So powerful. Tang Tian became excited. It was as though a lifetime had passed. Xiaqing's heart felt warm. He did not know that the promise he made today would bring the Xie village an astonishing amount of wealth in the future. Xiaqing was filled with gratitude. He had already started to plan on how to buy as much Corvus gold as possible. Coincidentally, Corvus constellation had a star door that led to 3 Spirit City. But it was not on the planet that Xiaqing and the rest were on. Magic Flute warmly said, to be able to witness the glory of a sword saint, Flute is deeply honored. Please do not worry about it. Uncle Bing, you're so greedy. Tang Tian pointed at Bing's nose. It was as though he had discovered a new continent. Sai Lei was so excited that he screamed. He jumped up and covered his face with both hands. He said in disbelief, "We're rich. We're rich. We're rich." Bing was overjoyed. He did not even want money. He was a good person. "You still need Corvus gold?" Xie Qing was surprised. Corvus gold in Corvus constellation had been swept clean by them. They actually still needed Corvus gold. Although Xie Qing did not understand why they needed the Corvus gold, he nodded without hesitation, "No problem." Xie Qing laughed, "No need. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best to buy them." After that, Tang Tian and the rest would return to Xie village. They would stay there for a while. This meant that they would have an endless amount of star coins, countless of rare materials, sufficient research funds. But, in the battle that day, everyone had a bountiful harvest. No one saw Crypto Sword Saint Sword. It was not that they did not see it. It was that they did not see it. He turned to Bell and said, "The card in front of you is called Absolute Dust." He said to the mute servant, "Third refinement pill." So stingy. So many things. Leaving them there is just a pile of dust. Bing mumbled. He was obviously unhappy with the other party ignoring him. "I don't know." Crypto Sword Saint said indifferently, "He trains in fist techniques. He comes from a famous family. His name is Sang Ku. He was once regarded as one of the strongest fists in that era." Tang Tian shook his head and said, 10,000 kilograms. Crane replied calmly, "Thank you." Bing's heart was in pain. Chapter 238. This was her hometown, Qidong Star's Mingjin City. Mingjin City was Qidong Star's most flourishing city, and also its most important business center. The city was densely populated, with many merchants coming and going. There were many different types of goods, which attracted many merchants. This was directly related to Qidong Star's location. It did not belong to any of the southern sky's 42 constellations, and was just an ordinary planet. But this ordinary planet had many starry doors. These starry doors connected it to 6 constellations. Belle was helpless. Because of Pai Pa's reading, she had an instinctive reverence for the masters. She was not careless, and took a big detour to reach the door. The others immediately spread out and knocked on the bookshelves. "Hee hee." Pai Pa covered her mouth and giggled. Belle's look just now was so cute. Rich second generation. Pai Pa's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Oh my God. Belle, don't you hate rich second generations?" Belle said apologetically, "Seems like I have been targeted long ago. I was too careless." The captain's voice rang out in every corner of the carriage. "Belle is back." The young lady shouted happily. She looked exactly like Belle, as though they were twins, but her face was much paler, and she did not have Belle's short hair, but shoulder-length hair. She was dressed in home clothes, and in her hands was a book, revealing a sense of gentleness. Belle saw an apple on the table, and casually picked one up, rubbed it on her clothes, and put it into her mouth. Belle shook her head and laughed bitterly. "It's 3-spirit city." "Yes, it's this martial technique." Belle nodded. In Boss's hands, it became a unique martial technique, number 19981. Grandmaster level mechanical engineer. Pai Pa was stunned, and her mouth formed an O shape. She took a while to react, and her eyes lit up. "Who is it? Atoa Air? Guanjiamo? Or Yafan? A fire scythe ghost claw?" Pai Pa was curious. "Isn't this a martial technique that the Honorable Martial Alliance already has? I remember it was created by a martial artist with the surname Ghost Claw, a rank 6 martial technique." Suddenly, she stopped chewing and her expression changed. Without another word, she threw away the apple in her hand and picked up the loquat. He rushed to the window and pushed it open. He immediately found a few suspicious men wandering outside the window. "And he has a Grandmaster-level mechanical engineer under him," Ding Dang said. Ding Dang crossed her legs and casually took a fruit from the fruit platter on the table. Not caring about her image, she started to chew on it. "This time I fell for it big time and got caught by them." She opened the door and pushed it open. This bus is heading towards Mountain Mist Star of Mountain Constellation. Estimated time of arrival, 92 hours later. I wish everyone a pleasant journey. Since young, she and Belle depended on each other for survival and were in charge of analyzing the news, so of course she knew what a unique martial technique was. Her expression was very cautious as she walked on the street, always maintaining her vigilance, paying attention to whether anyone was following her. Onyx Soul horses had always been the target of many freelance hunters. Onyx Soul's powerful intelligence system allowed Onyx Soul horses to know many secrets. Capturing an Onyx Soul horse and extracting its secrets was the hobby of many freelance hunters. Actually, there's nothing wrong with being a rich second-generation heir. Pai Pa's eyes glanced at Belle as she rambled. Belle can stop drifting in the future. Actually, she knew that the Venus blood had little effect on her, and she had told Belle before. But Belle's stubbornness towards this matter was something she could not shake. Pai Pa also knew that to Belle, this was more important than anything else. Naturally, it became a gathering point for many routes. Belle chewed on an apple and mumbled, Oh, it's very clean. Who is it? A young lady's voice came out from the room. The green brick streets were very narrow and could only accommodate 3 people walking side by side. In the deep alleyway, there were many wind chimes hanging on the doors of the houses, emitting melodious sounds. Neatly arranged flower pots were placed at the foot of the walls of the houses. Mingjing City's climate was warm, and it was like spring all year round. This was a city of fresh flowers. The bright and beautiful fresh flowers decorated the quiet green alley with a lively atmosphere. The fragrance of food wafted in the air, causing Belle's face to reveal a slight smile. Pai Pa revealed a warm and sweet smile to Belle. Even though it is the last one, it is still a unique martial technique. Pai Pa exclaimed, to be able to develop an ordinary martial technique into a unique martial technique, it is indeed very powerful. Belle's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, she walked to a bookshelf and pressed a button, causing the bookshelf to slide to the side, revealing a secret passage. She hugged Pai Pa and entered the secret passage, and the bookshelf closed behind her. Belle's heart ached. Pai Pa had been sick since young, and other than escaping with Belle a few times, she had never left the house. Her only pastime was to read. The books in the house were piled up like a mountain, and the walls were filled with bookshelves. Spirit region? Pai Pa was taken aback. She knew that Belle did not like the spirit region. Everyone's gaze turned to the man in the lead. Which way? One of them squatted down and picked up the apple that had been bitten off and said, They just left, search. There's a secret passage. It's just a pastime. It's boring at home. Pai Pa stuck out her tongue. Belle looked at Pai Pa helplessly. Stop messing around. It's not either. Belle saw Pai Pa's shocked expression and was secretly pleased. It's a woman called Sai Lei. Pai Pa shook her head. Belle has been working hard and in danger. It's me who has dragged Belle down. She then pretended to be relaxed. Hee, we are moving to a new house. Where is it? The Mountain Mist Star? The world was chaotic and cruel, and if one was not careful, they would fall into danger. The Onyx Soul horses that she knew were no longer around, and they had become the prey of others. Not long ago, she had just raised her level to the silver rank. Although her value had increased, her temptation to the freelance hunters had also become greater. Cough, cough, cough. Belle's eyes were bulging, and it made people wonder if they would fall to the ground. Pai Pa immediately patted her chest and said, Don't scare me. Half an hour later, Belle and Pai Pa appeared in a coach. Although the coach was not luxurious, it was spacious, and the two of them booked a single room. Pai Pa sighed. It's a pity about those books, I haven't read many of them. Wow, this sounds powerful. Pai Pa's eyes flashed with stars. After a while, Belle then regained her composure and opened her eyes wide. Don't make wild guesses. It's me. Belle's expression relaxed, and her footsteps became light. In a flash, she passed through the entire courtyard and arrived at the door of the room. Belle's expression congealed. Fire's Scythe Ghost Claw just entered the unique board. Yes, I have never heard of it before, but it is definitely not fake. Because I have seen her work, Sky Tiger, it is the strongest mechanical weapon I have ever seen. She combined martial spirit and mechanical techniques together, and created a brand new mechanical weapon. Belle said seriously. Belle snatched the book in her hands, and said unhappily, I told you not to read, your body is not good, and you should not waste your brain. Pai Pa's face turned pale. Belle was familiar with the place, and when she got off the coach, she disappeared into the sea of people. A few martial artists barged in, and when they barged into the room, they looked around, but did not see anyone, and their faces became gloomy. After a while, the door to the courtyard broke into pieces. She quietly glanced at the flower pot, and in the flower pot, there was half a mirror that was her doing. The mirror was facing the entrance of the alley, and if someone was following her, she did not need to turn back. Sai Lei? I have never heard of this name. Pai Pa shook her head. There was no one in the carriage. Belle came down from the carriage, and the noise outside rushed in, and the bustling crowd entered her eyes. People dressed in all sorts of clothes almost filled the entire street, and the familiar scenery made her relax. After 2 minutes, 6 secret passages appeared in front of everyone. Belle could only say gently, remember to rest. This woman was too cunning. She is quite generous. Belle wolfed down the fruits and said, oh, her age is about the same as us. Belle looked at Pai Pa's face and was shocked and immediately said, don't make a fuss, look at me, I'm still fine. Pai Pa had a photographic memory, and this was something that Belle had always been envious of. After a while, her expression became serious and revealed a look of contemplation. Speaking of boss, he is the strangest person I have ever seen. His age is about the same as ours, and his strength is extremely strong. I saw the latest Immortal martial news, and he had just created a unique martial technique. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. The leader's face was ashen. He had spent a lot of effort to set up many traps, but he did not expect. Pai Pa was shocked and stuttered, unique? Martial technique? What is your boss like? Is he good? Pai Pa's eyes were wide open and a face of curiosity. She knew how arrogant Belle was, and there were many people who tried to recruit her, but she did not like any of them. Belle walked out of the passage and casually looked around. There was no one suspicious around. Coincidentally, a carriage passed by her, and she hugged Pai Pa and quietly slipped into the carriage. Yes, I will. Pai Pa said obediently. Pai Pa replied obediently. Anyway, when you see boss, you will know. He is an indescribable fellow, and sometimes, I am confused, how did he manage to create such a big foundation? Belle shook her head. This time I got the golden star blood, but I did not have time to give it to you. Seems like you will have to wait until we reach Three Spirits City before you use it, and see the effects. There was no one behind. Belle said apologetically, anyway, from today onwards, I will have another boss. It is not a bad thing, in the future, you don't have to run around so much. Pai Pa was shocked. The apple has not been washed. No one would have thought that Belle would actually set up 6 secret passages in the house. This was probably what it meant to depend on each other. Chapter 239. If she could make a name for herself in these few competitions, then her mechanical weapons would definitely shake the world. Let's begin. Obviously not. Sai Lei was disheartened. Do whatever you want, anyway I have already made the mechanical weapons. We must become stronger. We must make everyone stronger. Sai Lei rolled her eyes. What's the use of sharpening a spear at the last minute? There are still 10 days before the competition begins. This is the last large-scale competition this year. If we miss it, we can only wait for next year. Tang Tian thought for a while. Wait a minute, let me ask. Big Brother Wu said he will introduce a mechanical martial artist to our shop. I wonder when he will come? I heard he is a powerful expert. Sai Lei, who was red-eyed, was like a monster that swallowed gold. She could not wait to swallow the entire Heaven's Road. Mechanical martial artist? Rookies, get bullied by others, star coins will be in my arms. What a huge market. Tang Tian felt that Sai Lei's plan was very good. In any case, with his brain, he would definitely not be able to come up with such an outstanding plan. But Bing's apprehension was also very reasonable. It did not matter if it was a sneak attack. In any case, with this fellow's ability, no one would be able to catch up to him if he ran far away. But under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was hard to say what would happen. And for such a large-scale competition, there would be experts overseeing it. It was very normal. This new mechanical weapon called Thunder Snow. This mechanical weapon's cost was strictly controlled by her at 4.5 million star coins. This price, to a normal person, was extremely expensive, but in the mechanical world, as long as one had a bit of wealth, they could afford it. 5 billion star coins were waving at her. The wind was blowing, the water was cold. For the star coins, there was no turning back. A godlike mechanical engineer, of course, would be determined to create those high-end mechanical weapons. The most important thing was the price-performance ratio. Was there anyone more suitable than him? Then you go and ask. Sai Lei was listless. This unforeseen event was a huge blow to her. In her plan, she was the most confident. Even if there was a problem with her mechanical weapon standard, she believed that Bing would definitely be the champion in the competition. Sai Lei turned to look at Bing, who waved his hand. Do we have any other choice? Sai Lei was extremely confident. Bing was definitely the strongest mechanical martial artist she had ever seen, although his fighting style was so ancient, but his unfathomable strength was definitely unparalleled in the current generation of mechanical martial artists. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Tang Tian said resolutely, I'll do it. A single piece of 100 grams of silver-ranked soul jade would cost 8 million star coins, and such a soul jade would only cost 10 kilograms of Corvus gold. Although First Snow was a crude prototype, that was only because it was Sai Lei's experimental weapon. As Sai Lei's goal was to advertise the Corvus gold, she needed to control the cost of the mechanical weapon to within 5 million. Then what should we do? Our money is all on this. If we can't convert this Corvus gold into cash, we can declare bankruptcy right now. Sai Lei raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Bing looked at Tang Tian and said solemnly, Corvus gold cost 500,000 star coins per kilogram. All along, between the mechanical engineers, there would be all sorts of exchange competitions. These competitions would attract all sorts of mechanical engineers and mechanical martial artists to participate, especially a few heavyweight exchange competitions, which had a huge influence in this circle. From what he knew, there were a few star treasures that could disrupt or isolate him, causing him to be unable to return to the martial spirit chamber. Bing pointed to Thunder Snow in the corner. There's no room for discussion. Occasionally, I'll sneak up on you. It's not a problem. I love to do such things too. But to be exposed under everyone's eyes, I'm tired of living. I'm a spirit general who knows how to control mechanical weapons. Everyone will be interested. After that, I'll be caught by Onyx Soul, Honorable Martial Alliance, Clan Union, and other messy people. Whoa, an old man from the Southern Cross Army, such a fat fish. Tang Tian was determined. No matter what, he had to let Sai Lei's plan succeed. Sai Lei was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. She had made ample preparations, made meticulous plans, but she never thought that the part she was most confident in would have a problem. Thinking about the Corvus gold that would be piling up dust in the warehouse until next year, and then everyone would be starving to the point of being skinny, Tang Tian's heart trembled, and he braced himself and said, Godlike young lad, sharpening your spear at the last moment is not an ordinary spear. Reaching this point, Tang Tian already deeply understood, without strength, even reaching Southern Cross constellation was impossible, not to mention the problem of speed. Once he made the decision, Tang Tian immediately displayed his swift and decisive side. All right, let's start now. Hurry up. Which mechanical weapon? A single piece of 50 grams of silver-grade spirit jade was much cheaper, only 3 million star coins, but its effect was far from half of a single piece of 100 grams of silver-grade spirit jade and could only achieve a quarter of the effect. In comparison, 5 billion was obviously more dazzling. Regardless of whether it was her or Tang Tian, they both needed star coins more. As a Grandmaster-level mechanical engineer, she was not interested in wasting her precious time on a low-level mechanical weapon like Chushue. In the eyes of ordinary mechanical martial artists, Chushue's mechanical weapon was already very powerful. But in Sai Lei's eyes, it was 100% a low-level mechanical weapon. Brother Wu, that person's family has some problems, he will only be able to come after a period of time. Everyone was dumbfounded. With that thought, her thoughts became clear. Although Corvus gold was valuable, that was because it was suitable for low-level mechanical weapons. Corvus gold was naturally suitable for low-level mechanical weapons, it was not as expensive as spirit jades, and the problem of weight, on low-level mechanical weapons, was not a big problem. In comparison, the effect of 5 kilograms of Corvus gold was able to achieve half of a single piece of 100 silver-grade spirit jades, and it only required 2.5 million. As such, its value-to-price ratio was immediately highlighted. But, to win in this competition, not only did they need a strong mechanical weapon, they also needed a strong mechanical martial artist. Very quickly, Sai Lei produced the mechanical weapon. But what she did not expect was that Bing would reject her. There was no leeway, no hesitation. She wanted to lead the new trend of mechanical engineers, to let them understand the combination of martial spirits and mechanical weapons was the trend of mechanical weapons. As for the thought of being overtaken by others, she was not afraid. Her current standard was fed by an entire armory of Southern Cross Army's mechanical weapons. Bing's face was also bitter. He also hoped to earn a lot from this business. Once he thought about how many star coins were going to go down the drain, his heart was bleeding. But he knew the immensity of heaven and earth. He was now a spirit general, and his strength was greatly reduced. In the spirit region, he could casually return to the martial spirit chamber, and this was his ultimate move. But he knew that this move was not unsolvable. There were countless star treasures in the world, and their powers were all strange. And they needed to cross the entire Lupus constellation. In this period of time, she had thoroughly explored the new mechanical weapons. She decided to directly sell Corvus gold. Tang Tian scratched his head. I have not used it for a long time. No problem, Bing can teach me. The young lady's journey in the sea of star coins was about to fail. With this feeling, Sai Lei found Bing. This astonishing number immediately defeated her. This brat could get first even with his eyes closed. Such a flashy thing, this wretched brat, must be crying and begging for sister. But, since she wanted to sell the raw materials, the target was naturally the mechanical engineers. What she needed to do first was to let the mechanical engineers know about Corvus gold. And for the mechanical engineers to know about Corvus gold, she needed the mechanical engineers to know about her mechanical weapons. To Sai Lei, the problem now was, should she reveal the secret of Corvus gold, or should she make the Corvus gold into mechanical weapons and then sell it? The second plan could earn more profits. The longer the secret of Corvus gold could be kept, the longer they could monopolize the Corvus gold. But the time needed to collect star coins was undoubtedly longer. 10,000 kilograms of Corvus gold, one set of first snow required 10 kilograms of Corvus gold. That meant, after she used up all the Corvus gold, she needed to make 1,000 sets of first snows. Southern Cross Army, this identity, to many people, was undoubtedly filled with temptation. And it involved the star treasure of Tang Tian's bronze plate. No matter how one looked at it, it was a huge problem. Tang Tian's face was fierce, as though he was going to the battlefield. He walked towards Thunder Snow. Sai Lei racked her brains to calculate, and very quickly, she decided on a new mechanical weapon. Bing raised his spirits towards his own problem, which caused Sai Lei's plan to fail. His heart was filled with guilt, and adding the temptation of the huge amount of star coins, he was like a titan spring. Sai Lei was stunned. You? Do you know how to control mechanical weapons? Tang Tian also frowned. Uncle Bing is right. Then what do we do? Sai Lei asked blankly. The young lady's journey was the sea of star coins. After a while, Tang Tian retreated from the honorable martial plate. His face was ugly. Who could find such an armory of mechanical weapons? Mechanical martial artists? Of course it was Bing. Belle had already looked at the star map and told him their next stop, Lupus Constellation, was the famous chaotic land. Belle was very reserved, but Tang Tian could hear. Belle thought that their strength was worrying. If the plan could be carried out, 5 billion star coins would allow him to be reborn and increase his strength by another level. Higher level spirit cards, better star treasures, only with stronger strength could they reach Southern Cross Constellation. Bing's emotions were stirred. Although 5 billion was a lot, but to lose his life for 5 billion, to throw away the hope of the army, he would definitely not do it. Finished, she drooped her head, returned to her room, and cried bitterly while hugging her blanket. Sai Lei, who only had eyes for money, thought of a brilliant idea, enough to make her mechanical weapon famous in one battle. Chapter 240. Hey, this fellow seems to be awake. Bing completely ignored Tang Tian's anger and pointed at Thunder Snow. Suddenly, a faint blue light flashed across Thunder Snow's blue goggles. We'll know after we compete. Bing was obviously very confident in Thunder Snow. Wow. Thunder Snow, let's go. When Bing was serious, he still had some demeanor. This simple explanation immediately attracted Tang Tian's attention. He immediately raised his hand. Uncle, you mean it's like a baby? It wants to learn how to walk? Thunder Snow was about 2 meters tall. It was not the first snow's white color, but a type of azure blue. Its style was different from the simple style of the Southern Cross Army's mechanical weapons. Because this time it was to attract everyone's attention, the most important thing was to be eye-catching, so the mechanical weapons were made very beautifully. The joints of the mechanical weapons were different from the bulky ones of normal weapons, and were more slender and flexible. But internally, it used the common internal support frame of the Army's mechanical weapons, and its defense was not inferior. I didn't say that. Bing waved his hand. It's because you're stupid. The shoulder did not have the flying shoulder guards of normal mechanical weapons, but a more compact round shoulder guard. Clumsily climbing up, Tang Tian was not the least bit discouraged. He shouted, Thunder Snow, let's go again. Hey, Thunder Snow. Tang Tian said loudly to Thunder Snow, let's have a serious match. But the joints were like layers of blue scales stacked on top of each other and could be bent at any angle. As for the arms, calves, and thighs, they were made of high-strength metals that had been repeatedly forged. On the surface, there was a layer of natural forging lines that looked like water ripples. 2 sharp lines extended from the back to the thighs and disappeared when it reached the calves. Power from the hind legs. This thought flashed through his mind and then disappeared. 10 days, excluding the road, there were only 7 days left. 7 days, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like an impossible task. Back then, the saber-toothed tiger structure was simple and inflexible. Tang Tian could only be considered half-baked. There were many tactical movements that he had not completed, not to mention the higher difficulty of the new mechanical weapons. Clang. Everyone knew that it was an unrealistic task, but Tang Tian and Bing did not say anything. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should go. Tang Tian and Bing spent a great deal of effort to pull out Thunder Snow. With an emergency brake, Thunder Snow stepped on a trail of sparks and stopped steadily in front of Bing. Tang Tian's arrogant and proud voice came from inside. Uncle, I'm awesome, right? When the 2 scallions combine, they will be invincible. What a powerful strength. Clang. There was a heavy thud, and then the ground shook again. Dust flew everywhere. That's right. That was it. 2 green onions. Clang. Sai Lei's face that was covered in dust revealed a pleased expression. All right. Did you see that wretched poker face? That's right. It was him. Come, let's do a perfect sprint and let this wretched uncle who has never seen the world see what blue lightning is. Tang Tian was of course very tired. He kept sprinting back and forth with all his might, falling and hitting the ground. Every time he fell, he would grimace in pain. If he took off his clothes, his entire body would be covered in bruises. Don't look down on it. Bing's poker face sneered, you will definitely not learn faster than it. After all, It is in this body. Once it gets used to it, it will be very fast. He suddenly had a feeling of speechlessness. An unreliable mechanical martial artist, coupled with such an unreliable mechanical weapon, he could not imagine what would happen next. He did not know if Thunder Snow was influenced by him, but it became braver. Thunder Snow looked like a strong and sturdy man without a single ounce of fat. Even if it was just standing there quietly, it would emit a dangerous aura. But as it continued to fall, and with Tang Tian's constant encouragement, it was like an introverted and timid little pony, and gradually began to find its way. Its movements became more and more agile. Tang Tian's face became even more bitter. It's fine if I am the only one learning, but it has to learn too. A mechanical weapon that can't even walk, what's the use? Thunder Snow suddenly squatted in front of Tang Tian. Its body that was full of power was like a bow that was ready to shoot, and was filled with an indescribable beauty. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Just by looking at this posture, he could imagine Thunder Snow's sprint. It would definitely be as cold as a blade. It's okay, who knows, it might even be stupid. Bing said indifferently. Bing was secretly surprised. He originally thought that Tang Tian would need at least a morning to familiarize himself with Thunder Snow. He did not expect that only 2 hours had passed, and Tang Tian and Thunder Snow had already completed it so well. Tang Tian's heart was filled with shock. What a brave and fearless young man. Bing was full of emotions. Suddenly, a sentence entered his ears, and he immediately froze in place. Let's compete then. The brainless young man jumped into the pit that Bing dug without hesitation. That's right, this is how it is. Let's do it again. Clang. Oh! Bing rubbed his forehead, unable to bear to watch. Tang Tian's blood was boiling, and he was extremely excited. Very good. Just now, that move had already shocked the wretched uncle. Now we are going to do something even more ruthless. Oh, look at his expression. Wow, it's all green. Isn't he full of motivation? Burn, Thunder Snow. Tang Tian was dressed neatly, and he felt that it was very fresh. This? Good. Thunder Snow, this time it will definitely work. The scalp-numbing sound of metal clashing rang out, and the ground beneath Tang Tian's feet shook so much that his body was almost thrown up, and the dust that rose up swallowed Tang Tian. It's when two sufficiently stupid fellows collide together, who knows, they might become smarter. Bing explained. After falling so hard just now, Thunder Snow was much more well-behaved. But Tang Tian was eager to try, and was extremely excited. You have to take note of one thing, this mechanical weapon is something completely new to you, and to the martial spirit, it is also a completely new and unfamiliar body. In these 7 days, not only do you need to learn how to control the mechanical weapon, it also needs to learn how to control this unfamiliar body. Bing laughed coldly. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, these 7 days will definitely leave a deep impression on you. But Tang Tian did not care at all. He laughed out loud and was extremely pleased. Uncle, you must be shocked. After a while, the dust settled, revealing a dumbstruck Tang Tian who was covered in dust. Hey, Thunder Snow, don't be afraid. Be a man and... But this fellow's speed was really shocking. With such a perfect rhythm and strength, what followed was definitely an unstoppable blue shadow that was as sharp as lightning. Blue lightning. Charge. Wow, it really feels different from the saber-toothed tiger. Great. Bing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Actually, if you master the new mechanical weapon, you will realize that it is more useful than the saber-toothed tiger, because it is smarter. Inside Thunder Snow, there is a martial spirit, although it is not considered strong, but it is quite intelligent. So the first thing you need to do is to communicate with it. The most important point of the new mechanical weapon is to communicate with the martial spirit, and the rapport between you and the martial spirit will determine whether you are an expert or a mediocre person. But Tang Tian, as if nothing had happened, loudly encouraged Thunder Snow, and accompanied it to fall. Bing watched with interest. Thunder Snow's martial spirit was much weaker than the saber-toothed tiger, and its intelligence was also much weaker. The failure at the beginning obviously gave Thunder Snow some psychological trauma, and the few sprints after that were because of some fear, and thus the accident happened. Clang clang. Looking at the thunder snow that Tang Tian was piloting, it was messy, but Tang Tian's roars never stopped. Bing was clear, every time such a hard bridge and hard horse fell, that kind of collision, to Tang Tian, was definitely extremely painful. At this time, any complaints had no meaning. The two legs that were rushing to the sky struggled with all their might, but the entire upper half of its body was completely buried, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not move. That's right. Bing nodded. No matter what its original body was, it was definitely not this mechanical weapon. It changed its body, and now it can't even walk. It's over. Tang Tian muttered. This fellow's intelligence was originally not high. After such a fierce collision, will it still have any intelligence in the future? In front of Tang Tian, two blue metal legs were stuck upside down, forming a human shape. Thunder Snow's body, from the waist up, was completely stuck in the stone floor. Speaking of which, this was indeed this fellow's style. The metal soles were like stepping into mud, easily sinking into the hard green stone floor, causing Tang Tian's pupils to shrink again. The floor here was specially made, as hard as iron. He could even see the edges of the soles of the feet that were stepped on, squeezing out shavings like wood shavings. Hoo-hoo! Thunder Snow's front legs fiercely stepped down, and the floor cracked. Tang Tian, who was well versed in sprinting, could not help but secretly praise the perfect rhythm. Seeing the unrecognizable appearance of Thunder Snow, Bing felt that Sai Lei would definitely not want to see it. Thunder Snow, whose body was originally blue like a gem, was now covered in dirt, scratches everywhere, and a few areas were dented. The few times that Tang Tian and Thunder Snow collided were especially hard. Tang Tian's martial spirit was extremely strong, and communicating with Thunder Snow was very easy. To others, the most difficult point was actually the easiest for Tang Tian. After a while, Tang Tian suddenly reacted, and with his eyes wide open, he flew into a rage. You actually said I'm stupid. What's stupid? Tang Tian did not understand and asked. Great job. Thunder Snow. Good job. Tang Tian turned his face and stared at Thunder Snow. Bastard. I want to beat you up. Tang Tian flew into a rage. Tang Tian's attention was immediately diverted, and he said unhappily, Hey, Thunder Snow, can you do it? This kind of performance is worthy of many godlike young men. But don't worry, I won't abandon you. Seems like a godlike young man has to personally take action. Indistinct panting sounds came out from Thunder Snow's body. Bing was deep in thought. Seems like this fellow is also very tired. You're looking down on me. Tang Tian immediately widened his eyes, feeling very unhappy. This time, Tang Tian was really forced to do something beyond his abilities. Chapter 241. Tang Tian was alarmed, and leaned over and whispered, What is it? Dong dong dong. Ignorant. Sai Lei snorted in disdain. She struggled all the way, but now she stopped struggling. However, there was still some anger in her heart. Her tone was naturally not much better. Don't make such a fuss, it's embarrassing. Suddenly, Bing stopped. Sai Lei, we are going to participate in the competition. Tang Tian reminded. To be able to encourage and help one's teammates was a very good quality. Even a weak martial spirit like Thunder Snow was able to display such extraordinary fighting power. This fellow was indeed a natural mechanism martial artist. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Walking out of the city, the number of people on the road was already terrifying. For a rookie like Tang Tian to face a super trump card like Bing, and Thunder Snow's level was much lower than Sky Tiger's, the result was obvious. Bing did not show any mercy just because Tang Tian was a rookie. On the contrary, it was as though he had a blood feud with Tang Tian. His attacks were crazy, violent, and made people's hair stand on end. Sai Lei could only follow. Hearing Bing's words, Thunder Snow trembled, but Tang Tian said fiercely, Fall? Ha, you are underestimating us. Come on. See how we defeat you. Thunder Snow, let's go. Her expression became serious. Ink City has been run by the Mo clan for many generations. The entire city is a mechanic city. That's right, it seems like I have been negligent. A series of powerful attacks, dust flew everywhere, and a blue figure flew out, crashing fiercely into the wall. This scene happened countless times. Bing's so-called training was simple and crude, and it was continuous sparring. Thunder Snow then started to improve bit by bit. Although the improvement was small, it was still improvement. Thunder Snow fell to the ground, motionless. Yes, but the Mo clan has always been low-key, and rarely do I hear of them being arrogant. The Mo clan is very mysterious. Other than the competition, they have not done anything else. Sai Lei said. Tang Tian let out a ghostly wail, and Thunder Snow rushed towards Sky Tiger. The Horizon Exchange competition was a very famous competition in the field of mechanical techniques, because it was only held once every 2 years. Every time, the mechanical engineers and mechanical weapons of the various constellations in Heaven's Road would gather here. It was one of the most authoritative exchanges in the mechanical techniques domain. Every year, one would be able to see the most novel mechanical beasts, the most advanced mechanical weapons, the most valiant mechanical martial artists, and the most beautiful and blood-boiling confrontations. Tang Tian carried Sai Lei and walked towards the door with a murderous aura. Bing's gaze did not pay attention to Thunder Snow. To him, Thunder Snow was not a battle-type martial spirit. Its room for improvement was limited. Its innate weakness prevented it from developing further. He even made a mental note to remind Sai Lei that the martial spirit of the mechanical weapon did not have to be of a high level, but it had to be a martial spirit that could adapt to battle. Those ancient spirit general shards were not bad, heavy on killing, firm and determined. Bing did not say anything, and quickly disappeared. What a beautiful mechanical beast. Tang Tian was drooling. His flamingo had been given to Ling Su. Moreover, this red spider was austere and cold. It looked especially fierce. Bing was already prepared and ready to set off. Tang Tian gasped for breath. He was extremely tired. He felt that controlling the mechanical weapon to fight was much more tiring than fighting by himself. He gasped for breath, perspiration dripping down his face. Suddenly, he felt an undulation imitating the rhythm of his gasping. 5 billion? Sai Lei's eyes were immediately filled with tears. She sobbed, "Woo-woo, 5 billion is gone." There's such a thing? Sai Lei was shocked. She initially thought that Bing was making a mountain out of a molehill. The Horizon Exchange competition had been held for so many years, and she had never heard of anything dangerous happening. Only now did she truly understand that Bing's apprehension was reasonable. Whoever wants to go can go. Sai Lei turned and walked to the bed, burying her entire body in the blanket. Anyways, I'm not going. It was another wave of pain that no one could look straight at. It was Thunder Snow. The tragic undulation came out from Thunder Snow. Tang Tian's roar never stopped. No matter how badly it was beaten, Tang Tian would always try his best to cheer for Thunder Snow. In Tang Tian's eyes, Thunder Snow was like his comrade. Although it had many weaknesses, he never had the thought of abandoning it. Tang Tian focused his senses, and his face could not help but change. He really felt a faintly discernible undulation. This undulation was like a fog or gauze, but it covered a large area and actually enveloped the entire Ink City. 5 moves, it could not be any shorter in an instant. But Bing knew it was not easy. Mo family? Tang Tian was surprised. Are they very powerful? Did Bing change his mind? Sai Lei's eyes lit up. She climbed out of bed, opened the door and asked, "Uncle Pokerface has decided to participate?" Tang Tian ignored her and went straight to the warehouse. More than 50% of Thunder Snow's body was deformed. 7 to 8 centimeter long dents could be seen everywhere. Thunder Snow no longer had any beauty to speak of. It looked like an abandoned mechanical weapon, broken and tattered. But for Thunder Snow, it was timid, stupid, lacked courage, and did not have a firm will. Every weakness was fatal. Who knew where Sai Lei found Thunder Snow's martial spirit from? To Bing, this kind of martial spirit was completely unsuitable to become a mechanical weapon's martial spirit. Tang Tian looked at Sai Lei's expression and did not know where to start. But, since he did not know what to say, then he would just do it. Tang Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He grabbed Han Lei with one hand, put it on his shoulder, and walked out of the house. Bing's eyes were sharp, and he quickly found the root cause. This unimaginable result was because of one person, Tang Tian. That's a mechanical beast. Sai Lei glanced at it, and was rather surprised. This red spider's production level was rather exquisite. With Sai Lei's current standard, it was definitely not easy to praise it as exquisite. Wow, so powerful! Tang Tian could not understand other things, but he could still understand the words mechanical grandmaster. The standard is just average. Sai Lei muttered, I have not seen his family's high-level mechanical weapons, but looking at the ordinary ones, they are not considered advanced, nor are they considered backward. In a short span of 3 days, to be able to grow to such a stage, the man on the red spider heard Tang Tian's praise, and was instantly elated, and took the initiative to say, Nice to meet you too, why don't you come up and have a chat? No matter how badly he fell, or how thoroughly he lost, Tang Tian did not blame him, nor did he scold him. Pa, she was about to close the door. Tang Tian panicked and blocked with one hand, Hey, Sai Lei, if you don't bring us, we don't know the way. Tang Tian and Sai Lei were preparing to enter the city. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and pointed to a person, Wow, that spider is so beautiful. Tang Tian looked around curiously, his face full of surprise. Wow, there are too many people here. Ah, this city, there are undulations. Bing's voice was somewhat palpitating, it is directed at spirit generals. But everything that happened in these 3 days was out of Bing's expectations. This year's Horizon Exchange competition was the 45th. There were still 3 days before the opening, and Ink City was already overcrowded. Ink City was not a small city like Three Spirit City, but a big city that could accommodate 47 million people. In the direction that Tang Tian pointed, a man was sitting on a dark red metal spider. This red spider's body was rather big, and the man sat on it steadily. It was extremely realistic, and its entire body had a dark red metallic luster, which looked extremely dazzling. The red spider's movements were extremely nimble, and its few legs crawled up very quickly. The mechanical domain was a declining domain, but even so, the number of mechanical enthusiasts in the entire Heaven's Road was still astonishing. Ha! Tang Tian laughed even more. Let's go! 5 moves. Forever cheering, forever encouraging, forever going up together, forever getting beaten up together. Thunder Snow was not an outstanding mechanical weapon. Other than the difference in materials, its biggest weakness was the martial spirit. Compared to Tiger, Thunder Snow was not just a little bit lacking. Tiger was like a natural-born warrior, silent, but strong wills, calm and efficient, and never afraid of anything. Tiger was almost Bing's ideal battle partner. But Tang Tian's performance as a leader made Bing admire him greatly. Hey, young man, you fell just like that? Bing's voice full of ridicule came out from Sky Tiger, as he looked down at Thunder Snow. Although Bing's words were always sarcastic towards Tang Tian, his heart was filled with surprise. Before Sai Lei could speak, a figure beside him rushed over. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, but immediately turned around, and could not help but laugh. When he laughed, it was like a leaky bellows. Tang Tian's words caused Thunder Snow to be stunned. Tang Tian could feel Thunder Snow's undulations, and it stopped for a moment, as though it was at a loss. Sai Lei screamed, and when she realized that she was being carried on Tang Tian's shoulder, she immediately flew into a rage, and struggled on Tang Tian's shoulder with all her might. Put me down. Put me down. Tang Tian shook his head, and pointed to himself. I participated. Sai Lei was listless. After crying for a while, she wasn't that sad anymore. Good. Tang Tian nodded. Hey, Thunder Snow, you don't even need to breathe. Why are you copying me? Why don't you go? Tang Tian did not understand. Don't you want the 5 billion anymore? In a short span of 3 days, although Tang Tian was not adept enough, but he was already able to withstand more than 5 moves under his full force attack. Yes, very powerful. Sai Lei said in a deep voice. The Mo family is a mechanical aristocratic family with an extremely long history. It is probably the oldest mechanical aristocratic family after the three big armies. No one knows how the Mo family's mechanical standard is. The Mo family's Mo Lung is a mechanical grandmaster and is known as the second Mo with Guanji Mo. Knocking sounds came from the door, and Sai Lei said unhappily, "Who is it? Don't bother me if there's nothing." Disappointment was written all over her face, and Sai Lei said unhappily, "I'm not going." Thundersnow's weakness was completely exposed, but it did not retreat from the battle and continued to struggle under Bing's suffocating attacks. Okay. Tang Tian eagerly rushed to Red Tarantula. Bing seemed to be deep in thought. He glanced at the surrounding terrain, and very quickly his gaze landed on the undulating mountain range not far away, and pointed there. "I will stay in that area. If there is any sudden situation, you guys have to leave the city as soon as possible, and I will go and support you." Bing suddenly asked, "What about the Mo family's mechanical weapons?" Bang bang bang. Chapter 242. Xianxia suddenly stood up. "You guys are too much to actually use the grade a preliminary test on a newbie." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian immediately opened his eyes wide. "So you are an unscrupulous businessman." Tang Tian had already dived into Thunder Snow and shouted, "Thunder Snow, go go go." "Oh my god, how can there be such a broken mechanical weapon? Even if I told you, you wouldn't recognize it." Sai Lei could not be bothered with him, and closed her eyes to rest. She stammered to Tang Tian, This is Thunder Snow?" It was not picked up, it was made by Sai Lei. Tang Tian shook his head and pointed at Sai Lei. "Grade a preliminary test." Tang Tian's envy was enough to make Xianxia feel good. The blue lightning flashed in front of everyone, and immediately caused a series of exclamations. But when everyone's eyes clearly saw the mechanical weapon, they were all stunned. Upon seeing this, Xianxia could only place the breakthrough point on Tang Tian. "Little brother's body is really strong like a bull. Don't tell me you are here to participate in a competition?" Tang Tian nodded and scratched his head. "Aha, don't mind its appearance. Thunder Snow has become stronger under the encouragement of this godlike young man. This is the preliminary test area." The old man introduced seriously, "The preliminary test is very simple." One of the older and more experienced workers stood up and asked coldly, "May I ask what you are doing?" "I reckon you picked up a broken mechanical weapon from some rubbish dump and came here to swindle people. Don't look down on Thunder Snow. Come, let's have a competition. Let's see who can rush to the city gate first." Sai Lei's face changed. Green spirit blades were extremely fast, and when they formed groups, they were extremely troublesome. The long-nosed pig had a long trunk like an elephant, and they were extremely sleepy. When they were asleep, their long trunk would spit out bubbles one after another. These colorful bubbles were a very strange metal bubble, also known as the diamond bubble, and were abnormally tough. Moreover, it was very light and erratic. If one punched it, it would bounce away like a balloon and not burst. The old man and his colleague looked at each other, and the colleague nodded at him slightly. The old man understood and said without hesitation, "Please come over here." The exclamations stopped abruptly. He then pointed to the lake at the side. "There's a swarm of level 5 green soul bees there. The track is 1.5 kilometers long. It's a zigzag. If you can complete the entire course within 20 seconds, shatter a diamond bubble spat out by a long-nosed boar at the end, you can pass. Please take note, there are other star spirit beasts in the water." Sai Lei's face looked like it was about to burn, but she widened her eyes and did not show any weakness. Since he had already lost all his face, Sai Lei decided to throw caution to the wind. Sai Lei took a deep breath. She tried her best to calm herself down. She thought with all her might, how could she persuade Tang Tian to give up on losing face? She could directly use the Corvus gold to create the mechanical weapons, although it would take longer for the money to come in, but they would definitely be able to earn it back. Why should they become the laughing stock of the world? This kind of thing, no matter what, must not be allowed to happen. 7 days. Tang Tian replied honestly. Come on. Come on. Tang Tian could not wait any longer. Shua. Not good. Asshole. I knew it would be like this. Tang Tian was feeling that way. The speed of the red tarantulas was not slow. After a while, they neared the city gates, where a tattered figure was waiting. Sun Xian suddenly did not know what to say. He thought for a while, then asked, Little brother, how long have you played with mechanical weapons? Could it be that you have learned from your family? I saw it too. Register. Sai Lei was an intelligent person, and immediately heard the unkind tone in the other party's voice, but she was suppressing a bellyful of anger, and her tone became unnaturally sharp. Hey, brat, where did you pick this up from? The old man was experienced, his face did not change. No problem. According to the competition rules, as long as you pass the simple preliminary test, you can register. The other party thought that they were here to cause trouble. Here to cause trouble. When the staff in charge of registration saw Thunder Snow, they were also dumbfounded. After a while, their expressions did not look too good, and everyone had the same thought in their minds. Who would bring a tattered machine to participate in the competition? Go. Register. Who are you? Sun Xian asked carefully, lowering his posture. The lady in front of him, who did not seem to be in a good mood, could she be a very powerful mechanical engineer? So fast. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's expression turned solemn. I'm a genius. Tang Tian proudly pointed at his own nose, completely not the least bit ashamed. Like a gust of wind, Thunder Snow rushed out. Yes. Tang Tian heard Sun Xian praising him, and immediately threw the unhappiness to the back of his head. Let me tell you, I'm very powerful. Sun Xian's expression froze again, and he once again forced a smile. Little brother is really humorous. Then can I see little brother's mechanical weapon? The wind whistled in his ears, the scenery flashed past his ears, and Tang Tian was extremely excited. He did not hold back. Thunder Snow sprinted with all its might, like a blue lightning bolt. The news of the most tattered mechanical weapon in history participating in the exchange competitions spread like wildfire and attracted the interest of many people. There was also a small group of people who were bored and followed Tang Tian and Sai Lei to register. She gritted her teeth and whispered to Tang Tian, If you don't make it into the top 36, you can just wait to die. 7 days, what a shrewish little girl. Someone in the crowd mumbled, and immediately caused a burst of laughter. She had not sorted out her thoughts, and heard Tang Tian's proud shout. So fast. Sai Lei was also stunned. She had been staying in the room to be sad, and completely did not notice the situation outside. Wow! Tang Tian did not hesitate, and happily took out Thunder Snow. Red Spider's speed was extremely fast, and very stable. Sun Xian's mechanical technique was quite brilliant, but to the current Sai Lei, this level was not enough to make her look at him in a new light. It's called Hong Shao, what do you think? Not bad, right? Do you want to buy one? It's very cheap, only 2 million star coins, and you can buy one. Sun Xian said patiently. Sun Xian's expression froze on his face. He forced a smile. Little brother, don't joke around. No matter how powerful a genius is, it is impossible to become a mechanical martial artist in 7 days. Everyone stared blankly at the mechanical weapon that looked like it was broken and tattered. It was so fast. The eyes of all the pedestrians blocking the entrance of the city turned and landed on Sai Lei. Sai Lei and Sun Xian's expressions changed, but before they could react, the sharp-eyed Tang Tian immediately discovered them. It's possible, it's possible. Since when did it become so difficult to register for the preliminaries of the exchange competition? If this broken machine really appeared in the competition grounds, its creator, Sai Lei, would become the biggest joke in the mechanical engineer circle. Sai Lei's face turned white. Thunder Snow jumped up and waved at the two of them with all its might. Sai Lei's arm was severely injured in many places, and some of the scales were on the verge of falling. Thunder Snow waved its hand. Huala huala. A big pile of broken pieces formed a mess. Sai Lei, who was disheartened, became angry instead, widened his eyes, put his hands on his waist and scolded, What are you looking at? Hearing the discussions of the pedestrians, Sai Lei's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. Xianxia, who was at the side, did not say a word, and the two of them put on a look of indifference, as though they did not recognize the broken mechanical weapon that rushed out just now. Among the crowd, someone jeered. The pedestrians around the entrance of the city roared with laughter. For a mechanical weapon to be broken to such a state, it was not easy. Sai Lei, who originally did not intend to speak, upon hearing star coins, had a murderous look on his face, and snorted, "Red gold mixed with bronze, joint linking technique, this kind of thing. The cost will definitely not exceed 200,000, and you still want 2 million. Humph." Sai Lei's snow-white teeth were like a hacksaw, and immediately made Tang Tian think of the painful past, and his heart felt a chill. The creator of Red Tarantula was called Xianxia, and Xianxia's personality was very cheerful and lively, and very quickly, he became one with Tang Tian. When Tang Tian and Sai Lei appeared at the registration point, it caused a small uproar. "It's over, this time it's so embarrassing." Gut. After a while, someone regained his senses and stuttered, "Did I see wrongly just now? Why did I see a mechanical weapon that looked like it was about to fall apart? As fast as lightning." As though Sai Lei was struck by lightning, her eyes widened. "Oh no, it's over." Sai Lei was dumbstruck. You. Sai Lei was so angry that she could not speak. Sai Lei was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Sai Lei suddenly panicked. In her mind, the scene of Thundersnow's appearance and the roaring laughter of the audience appeared. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. "I will definitely not let this happen." Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia never thought that he would be seen through by someone. Mixing red gold into the bronze had always been his secret recipe, and he never thought that it would actually be seen through by a lady. "This is actually a mechanical paper weapon." Tang Tian was extremely excited after experiencing Bing's repeated abuse. Once he got rid of Bing's demonic clutches, he would have the feeling of a bird flying in the sky, a fish swimming in the sea. Definitely not. Tang Tian looked out. On the surface of the lake, a zigzag-shaped runway was floating on the water surface, and at the far end was a multicolored bubble, floating above the water surface. What made Tang Tian surprised was that these bubbles had a metallic luster. Xianxia stared blankly at the broken and tattered, full of potholes, as though it was a piece of trash that had been discarded for a long time. The entire body did not have a single part that was intact. Xianxia had never thought that a mechanical weapon would be tortured to such an extent. For the sake of being able to make a name for herself, she had specially made Thundersnow to look cool and handsome, but she did not expect that after not seeing it for a few days, the gorgeous Thundersnow would actually become a pile of scrap metal. What made her even more devastated was that Tang Tian actually wanted to wear such a tattered thing to participate in the exchange competition. Chapter 243. The wind whistled past his ears. Tang Tian's eyes turned blood red. The anger in his chest seemed to want to burn him. Every inch of his skin was burning. The green spirit bees were shocked and flew away, but they quickly reacted. They transformed into a black cloud and chased after Thundersnow closely. But, after a short period of silence, the light laughter came again. This idiotic fellow, he most likely did not even know about the grade A preliminary test. The grade A preliminary test, other than its high difficulty, had a special place. In the lake lived a school of 100 devouring toothfishes, finger-sized 100 devouring toothfishes, with extremely sharp and hard fine teeth. Other than meat, they had no interest in anything else. They had a passionate interest in everything else. Tang Tian, who was crazily sprinting, did not seem to sense the danger approaching, and continued to advance. The green spirit bees suddenly rushed forward, rushing to the front of Thundersnow, countless green spirit bees flashing their green tail tips, revealing their cold stingers. The green light, with a speed visible to the naked eye, converged towards the stingers. The green spirit bees did not expect that the broken mechanical weapon would actually take the initiative to attack, and being caught off guard, they were immediately sucked into the high-speed spinning blue shadow. The concentrated sound of metal clashing in the blue shadow lit up countless sparks, and the pieces of the green spirit bees were thrown out at high speed. A 300 m long green mist belt formed in the blink of an eye. The old man said slowly, "To have the confidence to bring a broken mechanical weapon to participate in the competition, you are naturally a special participant." These few people were the few martial artists who were not shocked, and were still able to maintain their calm, and were also strong experts. But at this time, they could no longer maintain their calm. All of them opened their eyes wide, staring at the blue lightning. Their faces were filled with shock. In a moment, Thundersnow's speed was raised to the maximum. 10 seconds passed. They were just about to continue jeering, when Thundersnow suddenly turned its bumpy head and looked at the old man. Tang Tian and Thundersnow's sprinting from countless somersaults was now as sharp as a blade, perfect beyond compare. 6 seconds. "Can we begin?" I can't stop, huh." These words that came out of nowhere caused everyone to be stunned. After a while, they came to their senses. Could it be that this fellow was so stupid that he couldn't even understand the jeering and ridicule? Like a glass wall, the densely packed Vajra bubbles shattered with a loud bang, turning into a wall of shattered light. The crowd roared with laughter. "Can we really start?" Tang Tian seemed to be confirming. Several cries of surprise rang out from different corners of the arena. "No. My stomach hurts from laughing too much. Just because of this idiot-looking guy?" Borrowing the force from his feet, Tang Tian forcefully stopped the spinning and took the opportunity to shoot up. Voila! Thundersnow got into position, and with a series of shattering sounds, it stopped on the spot. Tang Tian's eyes were already red from killing. With a thought, Thundersnow, which was in midair, descended rapidly. Dong, like a heavy drum, Thundersnow forcefully stomped on the ground. The strong momentum caused countless cracks to explode from beneath Thundersnow's feet, and a huge crack zone with a diameter of more than 7 meters formed instantly like a spider web. He had been tricked. This lake was also known as White Stripe Lake in the Waves. This thought flashed through many people's minds. The grade A preliminary test was specially used to deal with those mechanical martial artists who intentionally provoked them, and was rarely used. Up until now, it had been used a total of 249 times, and only 6 times had been successful. The old man said, "It has already been 3 seconds. If it was Bing, she would definitely scoff at the grade A preliminary test. But Tang Tian was a guy who had only trained for 7 days. How could he pass the most difficult preliminary test?" Sai Lei had heard Bing praise Tang Tian's outstanding battle talent more than once. She had originally hoped that Tang Tian would be able to enter the competition, and with each round of competition, it would allow him to continuously improve. Although it might not be a big improvement, but at least the hope seemed to be bigger. The old man did not hide the ridicule on his face, and pretended to say, "Then please begin." Of course, she knew what it was. The grade A preliminary test was the exchange competition's preliminary test, and it was the most difficult preliminary test. It was usually used to deal with special participants. Special participants? Are you referring to experts? Tang Tian suddenly interrupted and asked. The blue figure that had not lost its momentum rushed past the finishing point and landed heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, countless dust flew up, and the indistinct and proud blue figure, lofty and disdainful, like a wild beast, like a fierce general leading 3 armies. Thundersnow, rush over. Grade A preliminary test. With a speed that the naked eye could not catch, it twisted its waist and punched out. A circle of chi wave suddenly spread out, and the broken pieces of the mechanical weapon were suddenly lifted up by the chi wave and stood upright. The broken and tattered Thundersnow, in a flash, revealed its ferocious look, like a cat with its hair standing on end, grinning and revealing its dense fangs, its sharp claws silently extended out, and a fierce killing intent rushed towards the entire field. The old man was startled. He did not think that the opponent would not panic at all, and did not have any intention of retreating. Suddenly, the old man had a bad premonition. Could it be? What a passionate competition! It makes people's blood boil. The smiles on many people's faces gradually disappeared. This broken mechanical weapon walked straight to the starting point. Sai Lei suddenly thought of this, her face immediately turned white, and anxiously said, "Don't go." The laughter gradually quietened down. Sai Lei's face was green and red. She felt that since young, she had never been so embarrassed. This asshole, he was really an asshole. Her heart was filled with a strong sense of helplessness. The predicament in front of her made her feel humiliated, but at the same time, she was helpless. The old man's face surfaced a teasing look, and slowly laughed lightly. "Of course, one look and I can tell you are an expert." Everyone could not help but widen their eyes and look at the field excitedly. It had been many years since they had seen a person challenge the grade of preliminary test. They did not expect to witness it with their own eyes today. The show had begun. Ha! Too fast. Tang Tian acted as though he did not hear Sai Lei's voice and did not see him moving his body. Thunder Snow just stood there casually at the starting point. His voice was not loud, but carried along with the wind. It blew into everyone's ears. Just at this time, suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded in everyone's ears. Thunder Snow. A ray of blue light flashed past, like a blue arrow. It pierced into the bubble. Wouldn't that mean that they would stop here today? Haha. Continuously rushing. Did this fellow really want to try? Everyone's body could not help but stiffen. Sai Lei's neck was flushed red. Tang Tian's words once again made her feel inconsolable, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. This damned asshole. Did he not even understand what I was saying? I will definitely not come out with this fellow in the future. He secretly shook his head. How was that possible? This fellow in front of him was a fellow with a low IQ. Such a fellow, how could he pass the grade of preliminary test? The old man had worked here for more than 10 years and had gone through 5 rounds of exchange competitions. In these 5 rounds, he had never seen a participant who passed the grade of preliminary test. It was unknown how many years had passed since the 6 people who had passed the test in the legends. Hey, expert. Quickly perform. There was going to be a good show to watch. They did not realize that their faces were as white as paper. They did not realize that their legs were trembling, because their minds were blank. Under the ferocious and unparalleled willpower attack, they were in a daze. The strong contrast before and after made them not have the slightest bit of preparation, and almost everyone was stunned in an instant. Insufferably arrogant. Ding ding ding. The thin and sharp 6th level true power covered both of Thunder Snow's arms. All the bits and pieces hanging on its body were all covered with a thin layer of true power, like blades. The high-speed spinning Thunder Snow immediately became a terrifying meat grinder. This brat is too funny. This was the reason for his anger. These few days, he and Thunder Snow had gone through the cruel training together, endured the pain together. In Tang Tian's heart, Thunder Snow was his comrade who fought alongside him. Starting with the grade of preliminary test, Tang Tian roared in his heart, true power surging into Thunder Snow, who was crazily piercing, fiercely bounced up, borrowing the momentum, opened up both of its arms, and its huge body, like a spinning top, spun at high speed. The surrounding people burst out in laughter. The heavy metal footsteps brought along a burst of rattling metal pieces. Thunder Snow's scattered and drooping armor made it look like a coat rack full of rubbish. Tang Tian roared silently in his heart. Thunder Snow suddenly increased its speed. The straight blue lightning became even sharper, brighter and more determined, plunging into the swarm of green spirit bees. As long as one fell into the lake, these 100 devouring fine-teeth fishes would eat the entire mechanical weapon, clothes, shoes, everything clean, leaving only a smooth body. I can't help but feel ashamed for my previous suspicions. I was actually almost subdued by a pretentious fellow. The group of green spirit bees in front of him, in Tang Tian's eyes, enlarged rapidly. Tang Tian's heart did not have the slightest bit of fear, did not have the slightest bit of hesitation. He was like a death warrior who was not afraid of death, opened up both his arms, and with a determined attitude, brazenly rushed into the swarm of green spirit bees. Sai Lei's face flushed red. She was originally a smart person, and immediately understood what was going on. Bringing such a broken mechanical weapon to participate in the competition, to the organizers, was definitely an act of provocation. Between the few big competitions, there had always been a competitive relationship, although this competition was not clear, but in the dark, there were naturally many. Thunder Snow, it's going up. That azure blue figure was so fast that they could not catch it. Sai Lei bellowed, "What do you mean? The grade A preliminary test is for special participants, on what basis? It's now. It's been 3 seconds, time really flies." A voice filled with emotion, like a leaf drifting in the wind, with a young lad's sigh, it was blown away by the wind. He could not accept it. Definitely could not accept it. Powerful. You can even see this. Tang Tian seemed to be surprised. The spectators at the side held their breaths, half of them revealed looks of disappointment, while the other half had a, as expected look. To them, this broken mechanical weapon was just putting on an act, and did not have any intentions of being serious. Thus, it was also known as the preliminary test of death. The blue figure did not stop at all as it rushed out of the green mist belt. And now, Thunder Snow was actually being mocked. In the midst of everyone's confusion, a sharp sound like an arrow piercing through the air drilled into their ears. A dazzling and bright blue lightning tore apart their vision. So fast. This group of assholes actually dared to mock Thunder Snow. It was precisely because of the existence of the grade A preliminary test that the majority of the participants did not dare to be reckless. Clang 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 clang. They actually dared to mock Thunder Snow. Some of them even turned and prepared to leave, their faces full of disappointment, for there was no good show to watch. Chapter 244. The grade A preliminary competition grounds were filled with people. The workers at the side all stood respectfully at the side. 7. 6 seconds to pass the grade A preliminary competition. This must be a joke. This must be a joke. They stared blankly at the number on the timer. In that moment, they were in a daze. Those tattered scars seemed to have an indescribable magical power, involuntarily attracting everyone's attention. He encouraged Thunder Snow. In the silence, Tang Tian controlled Thunder Snow, took the certificate of being a seated participant from the elder's hand, then walked to Sai Lei's side, lifted the dumbstruck Sai Lei with one hand, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. If it could really be strengthened, then Thunder Snow's power would definitely become even stronger. Tang Tian shook his head. No need. Just like that, the 99th seeded participant, Thunder, had a brand new nickname, Blue Lightning. A low and stern voice, like a tiger that was slowly walking, suddenly lowered its footsteps and slightly turned its head. He took out the card. On the surface of the card was a pair of angry eyes. Speaking of spirit cards, Tang Tian thought of the card that he got from the Cryptosword Saint. Everyone guessed that it could be the inheritance of the Swallowing Light Steel Fist, but he did not use it. Instead, he started to train with Thunder Snow. Once he started, Tang Tian realized that Thunder Snow's martial spirit seemed to have become stronger. This man was the 23rd seeded participant of this competition, Jia Mingwei from the Phoenix constellation. His mechanical weapon was called White Phoenix. Jia Mingwei's strength was well known. In the entire Southern Sky's 42 constellations, he was extremely famous. 18. 3 seconds was already his best result in 6 attempts, and was also today, other than Thunder, the best result. He was full of curiosity towards this mysterious lightning and that incredibly tattered snow. As if seeing through Tang Tian's thoughts, Sai Lei disapprovingly said, "This is only the mechanical weapon for this competition. If you want a mechanical weapon in the future, I can make an even stronger mechanical weapon for you. Its foundation is limited. No matter how much you strengthen it, the improvement will be limited." Hearing what Tang Tian said, Sai Lei did not say anything else, but asked another question. "Are you really not going to insert the spirit cards? Thunder Snow can support 3 rank 5 spirit cards, or 1 rank 6 spirit card." The staff member felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. His blood was almost frozen, and his face was as pale as paper. The old man in the lead was still the most experienced. The killing intent that the other party revealed was incomparably ferocious. Their actions just now had already caused them trouble. If he hesitated for even a moment, perhaps. The old man suppressed his wildly beating heart and hurriedly said with a trembling voice, "No problem, no problem." Tang Tian quickly found Sai Lei and asked this question. Everyone looked at Wei Ji with disdain. Mechanical techniques had been on the decline for a long time, and today's mechanical martial artists and mechanical engineers were all truly passionate about mechanical techniques. Although they had already seen the result with their own eyes, the young man's admission still caused a commotion. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than Liu Yaji? Wei Ji disagreed. His eyes flashed with a blazing flame. Blood Meridian's weapons, in the future, will be the true way of kings. I have to think of a way to buy a set of Blood Meridian's weapon. Seems like I have to go through Liu Yaji's connections. A sinister and murderous intent surged forward. The tattered thunder snow, no one felt that it was ugly, no one felt that it was tattered. All the wounds and depressions were like the crisscrossing scars of an elite that had gone through hundreds of battles. He hurriedly explained, the first 98 seeded contestants, because they have already been arranged, can only temporarily let senior be the 99th. The seeded contestants do not need to participate in the preliminary rounds, and will directly enter the main competition. It was daunting. May I know senior's name and the name of the mechanical weapon? The old man said respectfully, according to the rules, senior, you will be the 99th seeded contestant. A low voice penetrated through the dust and could be heard by everyone present. Tang Tian was even more excited. He thought about his fornax gloves, which had undergone a transformation, and the peacock armor had also undergone a transformation. A snow-white mechanical weapon flew to the end, and a handsome young man walked out. His expression congealed as he shook his head. No, I can't do it. Finished, Tang Tian excitedly ran over to Thunder Snow. He wanted to think about how to strengthen Thunder Snow. Huala huala. The fighting power of mechanical martial artists, compared to martial artists, was far from it. He did not forget his own duty, although his previous actions could very possibly cause trouble for himself, but today, an absolute record had been created, and this instead made him feel proud. He completely did not know that this preliminary test had caused a stir far beyond his imagination. The whole place was dead silent. After being shocked by Tang Tian's shocking performance in the grade A preliminary test, she saw the light of star coins and immediately threw herself into work. He said thoughtfully, "This competition seems like it will be interesting." Of course, the protest was directly ignored by Tang Tian. Jia Mingwei shook his head. "I don't like Blood Meridian's weapons, it's too extreme, that is no longer a mechanical technique." In terms of strength, Thunder Snow was completely unable to display Tang Tian's strength. For example, Tang Tian's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was a rank 7 martial technique. Thunder Snow was unable to withstand it. If Tang Tian forcefully used the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, Thunder Snow would not be able to withstand such a huge load and disintegrate. Sai Lei explained, "It can indeed be strengthened. New mechanical weapons are like star treasures. Some star treasures can be strengthened. Naturally, Thunder Snow can also be strengthened." Jia Mingwei looked at the time on the timer. He had used 18.3 seconds. 7.6 seconds. Jia Mingwei racked his brains, but could not think what kind of mechanical martial artist matched with what kind of mechanical weapon to be able to achieve such a step. That was no longer a mechanical technique. It had to be said the identity of a seeded player was rather useful. Tang Tian and Sai Lei effortlessly rented a house with a warehouse. Sai Lei was as though he had been injected with chicken blood, his fighting spirit soaring. With that, Jia Mingwei did not even look at the flushed Wei Ji and turned to leave. "I've already checked. The internal structure is very stable." Sai Lei immediately said helplessly, "I did not expect Thunder Snow to be tormented by you guys to this extent. I did not bring many materials, and was unable to repair the external appearance, but the internal structure was not affected." Jia Mingwei regained his senses. He shook his head. "Never heard of it." The blood in Tang Tian's eyes faded. The anger in his chest had already been extinguished by half. he once again returned to his usual self. "I'm called Lei." Tang Tian's voice spread through the mechanical weapon. Everyone could hear. "It's called Snow." Luckily for the rank 5 martial techniques, Tang Tian had Great Monument Palm, Tante, and Scattering Vortex. Many people regretted not being able to witness such a legendary scene. As for those people who were watching the battle, they completely forgot how they mocked Tang Tian and Thunder Snow, and instead vividly described to the surrounding people the blue figure that was like lightning. Jia Mingwei's result of 18. 3 seconds quickly spread like wildfire. Even Jia Mingwei could only reach 18. 3 seconds. That fellow called Lei, how strong was he? The goal of Thunder Snow's design was to withstand a rank 5 martial technique, and if it was a rank 6 martial technique, it would be extremely difficult. If he used his own martial spirit to temper Thunder Snow, wouldn't he be able to strengthen Thunder Snow? The thought that Thunder Snow transmitted made Tang Tian a little surprised. Thunder Snow seemed to have become somewhat different. When did such a powerful expert appear? Another youth had a weird expression. Could it be a strong expert from the 12 ecliptic palaces? Thunder Snow's thoughts were filled with protest. It was rather dissatisfied with Tang Tian splitting its name and taking up half of it, and the half that was left for it was so feminine. Their minds were blank. If it was any other time, he would definitely be satisfied with this result. Passing the grade a preliminary test was definitely a symbol of strength. But once he thought of that fellow called Lei, who actually only used 7.6 seconds, he could not be the least bit proud. Could it be that the martial spirit of a mechanical weapon could also be strengthened? The appearance doesn't matter. Tang Tian did not care. Now that he and Thunder Snow had a very high rapport, once the power of the 3 martial techniques was unleashed, the power was astonishing, almost comparable to a rank 6 martial technique. This was the strength of a mechanical weapon. Within the range of the load, it could greatly increase the power of the martial technique. If not for the countless people who witnessed it, he would even suspect that this result was fake. That fellow had wasted 10 seconds previously. Didn't that mean that he only used 7.6 seconds? Well done, Thunder Snow. This was the general opinion of these people. Jia Mingwei glanced at Wei Ji and said indifferently, "If it's just to be strong, then why become a mechanical martial artist?" He was the 65th seeded contestant, Wei Ji. To Tang Tian, this was just a preliminary test, and he did not care too much. How could it be? That night, Thunder Snow slowly walked forward. Voila! The oppressive and austere atmosphere was suffocating. "May I ask, did you pass?" But the spirit region was not suitable to use spirit cards. After thinking, he still kept the card. Wei Ji said disapprovingly, "As long as it's strong, it's enough." Jia Mingwei's words caused many to feel the same way. Lu Yizhi brought his King Kong, appearing out of nowhere, sweeping away all obstacles. The tyrannical power of the Blood Meridian's weapon was displayed vividly, but at the same time, using the Blood Meridians and the power of the Star Spirit Beast similarly made many mechanical enthusiasts extremely disgusted. Is there a problem? The workers seemed to have awoken from a dream. They immediately turned their faces, looking at the timer at the side, their faces as though they had seen a ghost. 17.6 seconds. But Tang Tian did not care too much. He took a step forward. Tang Tian was serious. Being able to improve a little is a little. This was probably the strangest spirit card he had ever seen. Regardless of whether it was the crowd watching the commotion, Sun Xian, the workers in charge of registration, or Sai Lei, they all had their mouths wide open, staring blankly at the indistinct yet insufferably arrogant blue figure in the dust. Thunder Snow's entire body was covered in rags, bringing forth a sound, but when it entered the ears of the crowd, no one found it funny. No one felt that Thunder Snow was a rack of clothes hanging on it anymore. The ear-piercing clattering sound was filled with killing intent, causing people to involuntarily associate it with the sound of a valiant general in the army wearing armor as he marched forward solemnly. Chapter 245. Tang Tian calmed himself down. and according to the secret technique of the Honorable Martial Alliance, he activated his martial spirit's silver flame. A ray of silver flame flew straight towards the blood-eyed cat. This brilliant idea made Tang Tian excited. After hesitating for a while, he decided to give it a try. But this was too small. Bing did not care about this. To him, the training of the martial spirit was something for a long time to come. In comparison, Tang Tian did not temper the bleeding cat blade's scythe enough. He carefully used his thoughts to control his own spirit flame, and immediately crushed the spirit nucleus in his hand. Tang Tian did not disturb Thunder Snow. The tempering just now gave him a lot of inspiration. He realized that in the spirit region, tempering the martial spirit seemed to be easier. With a thought, he took out the bleeding cat blade scythe. Tang Tian's face was filled with joy. His method was effective. Didn't that mean that he had found a way to quickly strengthen his martial spirit? Tang Tian's spirit flame seemed to be stimulated. The flame rose sharply and instantly swallowed the spirit fog. The silver flame was extremely overbearing. In a breath, the remaining spirit was completely refined by the silver flame. It did not even have the time to let out a cry before it turned into nothingness. Due to the existence of countless ancient martial spirit fragments, this was the heaven for the star spirit beasts. The star spirit beasts that lived here were much stronger than normal star spirit beasts. After they swallowed the ancient martial spirit fragments, they would often mutate. These strong star spirit beasts dominated a region, and became an important factor that hindered the advancement of humans. Some of the stronger star spirit beasts, even the strong martial artists on the Heaven Road list, did not dare to provoke them. Tang Tian's silver martial spirit flame was purer and more solid. From afar, it looked like two layers of flames, one thick and one faint. Thunder Snow's martial spirit became the size of a candle again. But the Thunder Snow martial spirit was completely different. The candle flame previously was so weak that it could be blown out by the wind. But now, the green flame was emerald green and solid. But, regarding the martial spirit, Tang Tian actually did not know anything. How did it form? How did it rise to the silver level? He did not know anything. As for the usual usage, he only knew how to use the spirit flame to temper the martial spirit in the star treasures. Thunder Snow's martial spirit was about the size of a candle flame, emitting a faint green light and being wrapped in silver flames. The weakness of Thunder Snow's martial spirit was evident. Even in the spirit region, its martial spirit was still so small. He could feel his martial spirit's silver flame dissipating at an alarming rate. By the time he reacted, the silver flames that had been like a bonfire had shrunk by at least half. As for the fire-eyed cat, its entire body was emitting a needle-like silver light. The blue peacock was a treasure of the Pavo constellation. The Pavo constellation was one of the southern sky's 42 constellations, while the bleeding cat blade scythe belonged to the cat constellation. The lynx constellation was one of the northern sky's 19 continents. In terms of quality, the bleeding cat blade scythe was the highest quality star treasure he had, even better than the blue peacock. The blue peacock was an armor set, while the bleeding cat blade scythe was a treasure weapon. On this point, both sides were equal. Both of them were silver-ranked treasures, so they were equally equal. The shrinking of his martial soul would cause his intuition to plummet, which would greatly affect his combat strength. In the previous battle with the 5 Hitmen squad, the bleeding cat blade scythe played a huge role. Evil Cat Sobs helped him to break through King Chilant's ignited blood Buddha. Tang Tian then realized that he had underestimated this treasure weapon. To be able to be called a treasure weapon, it was the most famous and exquisite treasure of the Constellation series. Suddenly, Tang Tian's heart trembled. The cat's eyes flashed with a bloody light. It did not dodge, but stood there quietly. Tang Tian's silver martial spirit flame wrapped around its body. The hostility in its bloody eyes dissipated. It meowed and actually laid on the ground, allowing the silver flame to wrap around its body. The spirit nucleus in Tang Tian's body had already been completely used up. This was also the advantage of the bleeding cat blade scythe. But in actual battles, the blue peacock was much more useful than the bleeding cat blade scythe. This was because the blue peacock's martial spirit had been continuously tempered by Tang Tian. It had undergone a transformation and had risen to the silver ranked. The blue peacock and Tang Tian's minds were interlinked. They were even more compatible, so it was more useful in battles. This broken claw. If heaven's road was like an ocean, the constellations would be like continents, and the spirit regions would be like small gray islands scattered between the constellations. There was more than one spirit region. Unless the two spirit regions were connected by a star door, if not, the two spirit regions would not be able to communicate with each other. The bleeding cat blade side's power seemed to have increased significantly. What made Tang Tian feel even worse was that he did not even know how to replenish his martial spirit. Tang Tian's martial spirit's spirit flame lit up during the battle with the green sandalwood ape. At that time, it was floating in his lower dantian. And during the time in the energy crack, the training spirit device transformed into a training spirit flame. Tang Tian's martial spirit suddenly rose to the silver ranked, and the martial spirit also moved from his lower dantian to his upper dantian. The difference was in the constellation it belonged to. At such a crucial moment, he actually made such a huge mistake. Tang Tian's body trembled. A vicious thought suddenly rushed into his mind. Thinking of it, Tang Tian did it the same way. And Tang Tian realized that the silver flame was extremely tyrannical. Even those spirit nuclei with the 5 elements attributes, it was still swallowed without any mistakes. After continuously throwing in 6 spirit nuclei, his martial spirit was even stronger than before by about 20%. The youth in the mirror, in the depths of his pitch-black pupils, astonishingly saw a silver light the size of a needle tip. It was like a shining star in the dark night, but the bone-chilling silver light made this childish face unknowingly more indifferent and cold. No one knew, but this did not affect the value of the spirit regions. The star doors of the spirit regions were far more than the average planet, so many spirit regions had become the hub of a few constellations. The silver bonfire pulled out a straight line of fire, the other end connected to thunder snow. Because of this, other than a few small spirit regions, the majority of the spirit regions had a large number of unexplored areas. The human settlements were mostly developed in the areas near the star doors. Even so, this process required the sacrifice of countless lives. But Tang Tian was not the least bit happy. Suddenly, a thought popped up in his mind. He remembered that when he was replenishing the martial spirit for thunder snow, he used spirit nuclei. To replenish his own martial spirit, could he use spirit nuclei? Spirit regions were special areas scattered between the constellations. Because there were countless ancient martial spirit fragments, they were named the spirit regions. The spirit regions did not belong to any constellation. They were scattered between the constellations and were connected to the constellations or planets through the star doors. The strengthened thunder snow needed to be adapted again, but this time would be very short. Tang Tian knew that this was the owner of the spirit nuclei and the thought that was left inside. Even though it was just a trace of silver at the edge of the martial spirit, but thunder snow had an additional indescribable aura. Tang Tian suddenly felt his eyes turn gray. In the gray void in front of him, a cat formed from flames looked at him coldly. Its body was formed from faint silver flames, and its outline was blurry. Only that pair of blood-red cat eyes made Tang Tian's heart palpitate. Since this place was suitable for tempering the martial spirit, why not take the opportunity to temper the bleeding cat blade scythe? Once the two came into contact, the martial spirit of thunder snow continued to shrink until it was the size of a mung bean, and the flame also turned green. The green color meant that it was a wood element martial spirit. Tang Tian's silver martial spirit was usually a small torch, but here, it was like a blazing bonfire. How to replenish the martial spirit? Tang Tian's face turned ugly. He could clearly feel that the martial spirit was shrinking, and his fighting power was dropping. The mist from the crushed rank 6 spirit nuclei was much more condensed than the rank 5 spirit nuclei. Tang Tian's spirit flame, which was long prepared, suddenly turned into a fire palm and grabbed the mist. At the edge of the emerald green spirit flame, there was an additional trace of silver. To the current Tang Tian, the silver martial spirit far exceeded his cultivation. Normally it would not be consumed, but today, it actually consumed more than half. Tang Tian could feel that the thought that came from Thunder Snow was filled with joy, and there seemed to be an additional trace of change that he did not understand. Damn it. Tang Tian hesitated for a while, and decided to find a rank 5 wood element spirit nuclei from the silver Aquarius cabinet, and directly crushed it. A wisp of green mist flew out from the spirit nuclei, and entered the Thunder Snow martial spirit. The mung bean-sized green flame suddenly expanded to the size of a wash basin. But the silver flame that was wrapped around it continued to burn, and it continued to shrink. He found a rank 6 spirit nuclei from the silver Aquarius cabinet. This spirit nuclei did not have an attribute, and Tang Tian's own martial spirit did not have an attribute either. Could it be that in prehistory, there was still an unknown glory? He sat cross-legged, and held the spirit nuclei in one hand. Tang Tian retreated from the bleeding cat blade scythe, and looked down at the bleeding cat blade scythe in his hands. The claws of the bleeding cat blade scythe had become silver, and could reflect a person's shadow. The blood stains on the claws had also turned from pale red to dark red. What was most inconceivable was that the dark red blood wasn't motionless. Instead, it was slowly flowing. Tang Tian felt a headache coming on. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would definitely not have refined this bleeding cat blade scythe. In the past, no matter when he was refining Blue Peacock, or when he was refining Thunder Snow, such a situation had never occurred. Refining was a slow process. With a thought, Tang Tian retracted the silver flame. He could feel that Thunder Snow's martial spirit had reached its limit. If he continued to forcefully refine it, it would completely collapse. Tang Tian's silver flame was much higher than Thunder Snow's silver flame. If one was not careful, they would not be able to see the claws hidden within the furry cat palm-shaped gloves. At the edge of the curved claws, there were faint blood stains. Tang Tian stood up. Coincidentally, there was a mirror in front of him, and he was suddenly startled. Without the control of this thought, the soul fog no longer had any hindrance, and dispersed into the silver flame. Tang Tian could not help but grin. After fighting side by side, Thunder Snow was like his teammate. It could become stronger, and Tang Tian was very happy. Furthermore, in the spirit region, the power of the martial spirit could be unleashed to a greater extent. This was the heaven of martial spirits. Under the nourishment of the ancient martial spirit fragments that were as vast as the stars for billions of years, the spirit region had an incomparable affinity with the martial spirit. No one knew why there were so many ancient martial spirit fragments in the spirit region. Previously, Thunder Snow was scattered and weak. This was also why Bing felt that it was not suitable to become a mechanical weapon martial spirit. But the current Thunder Snow had a stable temperament. Although it could not be compared to Tiger, it was no longer as loose as before, as though it could crumble at any time. The silver flame soared and recovered a lot. It laid there as though it had fallen asleep. What made Tang Tian even more depressed was that Bing was not there. Tang Tian's spirit flame began to communicate with the bleeding cat blade scythe martial spirit. Chapter 246. He never took the initiative to provoke others, but once the battle started he would definitely not be lenient. Bang! Tang Tian started to control Thunder Snow, and realized a huge change. Thunder Snow seemed to be enlightened, and became much smarter. In the past, whenever Tang Tian gave an order, Thunder Snow would always hesitate. Although under his constant encouragement, this hesitation was greatly reduced, but it still existed. The middle-aged man's heart relaxed slightly. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Since you are so unreasonable," Tang Tian and Thunder Snow were immersed in their training. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and Sai Lei's angry shouts could be heard. Tang Tian could not be bothered to talk nonsense with them, and directly said, "Are we fighting?" When Thunder Snow appeared beside them, they seemed to have woken up from a dream. But at this moment, the dazzling blue blade aura was like a fountain suddenly erupting. The door was surrounded by a few mechanical weapons. One of them snorted coldly, "Contract? We also have a contract in our hands. Have you paid?" "We have also paid." "What? I just want to occupy this land. If you know what's good for you, give it up. If not, hee hee. We have already rented this house, paid, and signed the contract. Why should we give it to you?" Suddenly, a blue shadow flashed in front of everyone. But Lu's words stopped abruptly. Like a sandbag, he flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Thundersnow's kick was extremely heavy, and Lu, who was lying on the ground, was unconscious, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. A few rays of blue blade aura pierced through the air, and Thundersnow was like a ray of blue lightning sweeping past the few mechanical weapons that were escaping. Thundersnow did not have any feints, and with a sudden burst of speed, it appeared in front of a mechanical weapon without warning. The opponent did not have any time to react, and a ray of blue blade aura, from below, instantly occupied his vision. Gradually, he had a deeper understanding of mechanical weapons. Mechanical weapons and treasures were completely different. Treasures themselves contained power, and the martial artist used the power of the treasure to activate it. Mechanical weapons themselves did not have any power, and their use was to amplify the martial artist's power. Finished, they even dare to provoke the Mo family. Ding. Tang Tian's eyes turned cold. These people were suspicious. There must be someone behind them. Pa. What made Tang Tian pleasantly surprised was that Tan Te, Great Monument Palm, and Scattering Vortex, these three martial techniques. Thundersnow's proficiency with these three martial techniques made Tang Tian surprised, to the point that it could even use killing moves. After a while, the crowd started to whisper among themselves. What Tang Tian did next left everyone dumbfounded. Lu was incomparably pleased with himself. Looking at Sai Lei, his eyes flashed with greed as he licked his lips. "Open your eyes, this is this young master's territory. But I think you look pretty good, hee." A mechanical weapon was like an amplifier. Its power depended on 3 points. One was its own performance, another was the martial artist's power, and the last was the rapport between the two. Tan Tue Blade. Murder! Thundersnow became more decisive and intelligent. Hearing this, Tang Tian roughly understood what was going on and walked out. The fierce saber light came and went like lightning. Thundersnow displayed astonishing combat power. Wawa! Thundersnow can speak. Tang Tian was so happy that he almost jumped up, his eyes glowing. "I'm going to get some more spirit nuclei. Thundersnow, you can become even stronger." The martial spirit of a mechanical weapon was the hub between the martial artist and the mechanical weapon. It was used to sort out the true power that the martial artist poured into the mechanical weapon, amplified the true power, and then released it using martial techniques. It was like the brain of the mechanical weapon. Tang Tian needed time to adapt to these changes. "Please make use of the time to train." Thundersnow reminded Tang Tian in a shy voice. "My strength is not enough, so I only chose the imprints of the 3 martial techniques in your martial spirit. But we still need other techniques. Please do not slack off." 2 of the mechanical weapons were struck and flew out horizontally. Their chests were obviously caved in. The mechanical weapons were motionless on the ground, and it was obvious that the mechanical martial artist inside was unconscious. Tan Tue Blade, a rank 5 martial technique, in the hands of Thundersnow, displayed astonishing power. These realizations and gains were a lot of inspiration to Tang Tian. Before the mechanical weapon landed, Tang Tian had already rushed to the middle of the remaining mechanical weapons. Thundersnow's voice was like that of a shy little boy. And the martial spirit of the treasure was the core of the treasure. It slowly absorbed energy and stored it in the treasure. This method was more like a martial artist's training. Tang Tian was startled. Tang Tian thought for a long time, but he was still unsure. He simply asked Thundersnow, "Thundersnow, is it like this?" Tang Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A kind-hearted person advised Sai Lei, "Little girl, take a step back. There is no need to be calculative with these people." The rapport between Tang Tian and Thundersnow, because of the tempering of the martial spirit, had reached the level of telepathy. Although due to the consideration of cost, Thunder Snow could not compare to Sky Tiger, but its performance far exceeded normal mechanical weapons, and she wanted it to amaze the world. A blue shadow of a leg flitted dangerously in front of him. The reflection of himself in the mirror was so unfamiliar. That cold aura was the first time he had seen it. After a while, the silver light in the black pupil disappeared, and the cold aura disappeared unknowingly. Don't think that you have passed the grade of preliminary test. You dare to cause trouble in front of my door. Are you tired of living? Tang Tian's cold voice came out from Sai Lei. The mechanical weapon was split into two. Thunder Snow's waist leg blade actually split the opponent's mechanical weapon into two. Little Thunder Snow, you are right. Tang Tian said seriously, there are still 3 days until the main competition, we have to train well. Thunder Snow combination, go go go. Tang Tian was very sure, this godlike young man was a real sunny young man. Tang Tian grinned at the mirror, revealing his snow-white teeth and a smile as bright as the sun. But regardless of whether it was a mechanical weapon or a treasure, the importance of the martial spirit was undeniable. Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his face was filled with shock. He had clearly dodged the blue shadow of the leg, but it actually went against all logic in the air, like a spring knife being pulled out of its sheath. The metal leg brought with it a dazzling blue light blade, and fiercely hit the chest of his mechanical weapon. Tang Tian then understood, and scratched his head, then I can only ask Sai Lei about this. Tang Tian stopped, his face cold, and controlled Thunder Snow to rush out. Tang Tian quickly threw this question to the back of his mind. With the strengthening of the martial spirit, his intuition became stronger, his sixth senses became more acute, and the surrounding world became more detailed. The martial spirit of a mechanical weapon and the martial spirit of a treasure had completely different uses. The dispute between the two attracted many onlookers, and many of them recognized these few fellows. These people were the local tyrants of Ink City, and the man who spoke was called Mo Lu. In Ink City, almost everyone with the surname Mo was related to the Mo family, and Mo Lu was the local tyrant of the street. Usually, he would do some shady business, and the Mo family would also turn a blind eye to him, and he was the local tyrant. Tang Tian was engrossed in his training. But in front of Tang Tian, showing his back was definitely a wrong decision. Don't waste time. Train. This group of people did not have the slightest mental preparation. They knew that Tang Tian had passed the grade a preliminary test, so they brought enough people. 7 mechanical weapons lined up in a row, and even the strongest mechanical martial artist would have to think twice. The thick mechanical weapon was also unable to withstand this kick. His chest felt like it was hit by a hammer, and he spat out blood on the spot. The huge mechanical weapon flew out a few feet. The middle-aged man had not finished his sentence, and a blue shadow flashed in front of him. His eyelids twitched, and he knew something was wrong, and quickly retreated. He had never thought that the opponent would be so savage, and actually take the initiative to attack. Did this guy not see that they had the advantage in numbers? An unfamiliar and difficult voice sounded in Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian's eyes immediately widened, and he was stunned for a moment before he reacted, and immediately became extremely excited. Thunder Snow, is that you? Was that you speaking just now? Tang Tian did not greet them and directly attacked, causing them to be stunned. Thunder Snow, let's try. Without thinking, Tang Tian immediately launched his attack. Now, Tang Tian did not feel any hesitation, and it was as if with just a thought, Thunder Snow would react. Please don't do this. Thunder Snow's reply made Tang Tian stunned. I have already reached the limit of the Corvus Gold, and my martial spirit can no longer increase. Mo family? We're dead. Mo Lu's aunt is married into the Mo family. It was an illusion just now. Bang bang bang. Everyone was scared silly by Tang Tian's fierce and ruthless methods. Even Sai Lei stared blankly at the floor full of mechanical weapons, so shocked that he could not say a word. Sai Lei had never experienced such a thing before, and was so angry that tears almost came out. Thunder Snow weakly retorted, Please don't do this, Shui is a female's name, how dare you? A middle-aged man shouted, you actually dare to be enemies with the Mo family. Among the mechanical martial artists, Tang Tian's individual strength was definitely the strongest. Yes. Thundersnow's voice was clearer than before. Tangdan, I am Thundersnow. Rushing to the entrance of the courtyard, they heard Sai Lei's scolding. Their own comrade was sent flying in one move, and they were stunned again. The mechanical weapons that were running wildly suddenly lost control and crashed to the ground, motionless. The remaining few were completely scared silly. They were just local hooligans, and usually they could scare ordinary people, but when they met such a ruthless character, they were immediately scared out of their wits and scattered. Blood light burst out from the blade aura. The whole place was dead silent. The Tan Tue blade that Thundersnow used was shockingly powerful, and the blade aura it brought was actually more than 1 meter, and was solid blue. Could it be that when he used the flame spirit to temper Thundersnow, his understanding of the 3 martial techniques was also absorbed by Thundersnow? Aya, little Thundersnow, don't be so inflexible as a martial spirit. Anyway, after the competition, you won't use it anymore. Tang Tian said indifferently. Thundersnow's figure appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 247. Those who had stayed in Ink City for a long time could recognize Coral. She knew that although Tang Tian looked like he did not have a brain, but he was actually extremely cunning. Naivety was just a facade. Look at those idiots who were tricked by him and were willing to fight for him. Lu Yizhi was silent. He knew that Mr. Zhang was right. But since it was a battle, he had confidence, not only in himself, but also in his mechanical weapon. His mechanical weapon was not an ordinary mechanical weapon like Mountain Ghost, but was specially made for him, Coral. You're crazy. Sai Lei was extremely agitated, her emotions almost out of control. Do you know where this is? This is Ink City. This is the Mo family's world. What you're doing is slapping the Mo family's face. Slapping the Mo family's face in their territory? Are you tired of living? Since the Mo family is a mechanical aristocratic family, then they must be in the business of mechanical weapons, and their need for Corvus gold is huge, and they are very rich. Tang Tian scratched his head, selling to other mechanical engineers, although we can earn more, but it will take a long time, and there are many people, and it is not suitable for us. Mr. Zhang did not look at Lu Yizhi's green face and said, Face. A mechanical aristocratic family, acting for other people's mechanical weapons, but unable to make them themselves, why would they be willing? The negotiations are already at a stalemate. We need you to sweep away all the opponents, and use an absolute stance to break the Mo family's last strand of luck, and not a so-called exciting match, but a stalemate with others, that is not good for us. At the entrance of Tang Tian's courtyard, 7 mechanical weapons, piled up into a small mountain, and on a wooden pole, hung 7 unconscious men. Alright, not idiots, but heroes. Mozu was extremely unwilling. He had asked around. The person fighting with Mo Lu was the 99th seeded contestant who had just broken through the grade of preliminary test, Lei. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and Mozu knew. The elders of the Mo family were secretly paying attention to this contestant. The Mo family's reputation must not be trampled. Sai Lei became excited. That's right. That's right. I still have a few low-end mechanical weapon designs. We can sell them together. 1 red and 1 blue. The 2 mechanical weapons faced each other. Both sides did not retreat, and neither did anyone speak. Mozu did not know what to say. Mo Lu's matter could not be brought up in public, and the advantages and disadvantages of mechanical weapons was even more difficult to speak of. Tang Tian felt that there was nothing much to say. He only had one thought, which was to beat up whoever came to him and use reality to prove Thundersnow's strength. Boom! Mr. Zhang opened his paper fan with a swish. There were 3 words written on it: conquering the country. Let's watch the battle carefully and see where this Thundersnow came from. I'm very curious about it. In terms of results, he was naturally far behind. Why not? Tang Tian turned around and asked, Don't tell me you will still make low-end products like Thundersnow in the future? Selling Thundersnow's blueprints? Sai Lei's eyes widened. But I think, since they are a mechanic aristocratic family, then they definitely need Corvus gold. Tang Tian said honestly. Are there any masters who make low-end armors? Tang Tian asked. Tang Tian looked at Sai Lei as though he was looking at an idiot, and shook his head with all his might. Only sell one type. When the ordinary Thundersnow comes out, there will definitely be people who will find out. At that time, we will auction the other blueprints. If I were to say, Mountain Spirit is not good, cheap goods are not good. Mozu turned a deaf ear, he controlled Coral, and walked step by step towards the small courtyard. A red mechanical weapon appeared at the other end of the street. Please don't say that, I am not a low-end product. Thundersnow weakly expressed his dissatisfaction. Lu Yaji was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, if you send your enemy to the Mo family, won't that let the Mo family understand him? Sai Lei understood. You are saying, sell the low-end mechanical weapons technology to others, and we will only make high-end weapons? Mountain Spirit was the mechanical weapon that the Mo family sold the most, and its range of use was 3rd to 4th level martial artists. Mountain Spirit's performance was very balanced, although it was a low-end weapon, but for 3rd and 4th level martial artists, it was very practical, and its performance was outstanding, so it was used by many. A skinny middle-aged man, holding a paper fan, laughed. This mission is too important. The Mo family is an old, rich and powerful family in the mechanical domain, with countless channels. If the Mo family were to represent our Blood Meridian's weapon, Southern Sky's 42 constellations, we would not have to worry. Lu Yaji coldly said, Mr. Zhang is really good. Grade a preliminary test 7. 6 seconds, such a result, you can complete it, I have the confidence. But this person is a strong opponent, such a strong opponent should not appear in the competition. Mr. Zhang said indifferently. He glanced at Lu Yaji. I hope you can put the interests of the organization above your personal honor. Tang Tian sat on the wall, letting people point and talk, while Thundersnow stood quietly by the wall. The discussions on both sides of the street entered his ears. Mozu's eyes squinted, his expression becoming increasingly cold. Whether Mo Lu was dead or alive, he did not care, but for the Mo family's mechanical weapon to be humiliated, even if it was the lowest grade Mountain Spirit, it definitely could not be. The situation immediately became tense. Lu Yaji's expression did not ease. I feel that if we defeat him in the competition, it will let them feel the power of King Kong. Those mechanical weapons were all the Mo family's Mountain Spirit series mechanical weapons. Mozu looked at the far end of the street, piled up into a pile of mechanical weapons, and could not help but frown. He was originally unwilling to come. What kind of person Mo Lu was, he was very clear, but he could not do anything to his mother. Hearing that Mo Lu was hung up, Mo Lu's father ran to his sister's place, wiping his tears and begging. Hearing that, Mozu's mother became anxious. When had the Mo family ever suffered such a loss? Without saying a word, she wanted Mozu to handle the matter. So we need to let them know about Crow Gold. Tang Tian explained, as long as we fight a few rounds, they will know. You said before, this is their territory. At that time, you can create another set of Thundersnow's design, and we will sell another set of designs. But in Sai Lei's eyes, the light of the star coins once again flashed. Mozu took a deep breath. He decided to teach Lei, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, a lesson. Sai Lei pointed at Tang Tian and screamed, "You are so treacherous!" "But I like it." But what surprised Sai Lei was that Tang Tian was not angry. He laughed heartlessly, looking silly and foolish. It is because it is the Mo family. Because she was sad to think that she had also signed a martial spirit contract with this fellow, and was the first to fall into his evil hands. Although this fellow's arithmetic was terrible, but he was definitely a talented profiteer. Coral's entire body was red like fire. It was extremely eye-catching. Coral fish. Lu Yaji became silent. A burst of evil fire surged from Mozu's heart. Sai Lei was startled. She had never thought of this problem, she muttered. Let's maintain their influence in this field. and see if there are any designs that are valuable to them. Maybe it can give them inspiration. Nonsense. Mountain Spirit is just an ordinary mechanical weapon. How can it be compared to snow? It just broke the grade a preliminary test record. Sai Lei was immediately attracted to Tang Tian's idea. Your idea is good, but why would the MO family buy it? They do not know about Corvus Gold. A huge blue figure jumped out from the courtyard, landing heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. What do you mean? Sai Lei saw Tang Tian's foolish look. Suddenly her heart moved, her anger subsided, and her face revealed a look of suspicion. She did not expect that Tang Tian would actually think of selling the Corvus Gold to the MO family. This is going to be a good show. Lu Yaji's pupils constricted, a surge of blood rushed to his head. He turned around, his expression furious. Mr. Zhang is looking down on me. Mr. Zhang laughed out loud. You still do not understand the aristocratic families. Just now I said, the aristocratic families value their face the most. Furthermore, this is the MO family's territory. How can the MO family admit that their mechanical weapons are not as good as others? If they admit it, where would the MO family put their face? The enmity between both sides has already been formed. Now we are just waiting for them to fight. To these people, losing their face is more unbearable than losing their lives. To the aristocratic families, you can use a soft knife, they can clench their teeth and accept it, but to slap them in the face, just wait for them to die. Since he had promised his mother, he was determined to get it. Thunder Snow's sudden appearance, completing the grade a preliminary test in 7.6 seconds, this was definitely a true expert. Mozu did not dare to be careless. He himself had tried the grade a preliminary test before, but his best result was only around 18 seconds. This reply made Sai Lei want to vomit blood. Was this brat making fun of him? The Mo family is really serious this time. It's actually Coral Yu. Is that so? Tang Tian's face was blank. I'm not too sure either. Tang Tian suddenly turned his head, looked into the distance, and said excitedly, "Business is here." When Coral appeared on the street and headed towards Tang Tian's courtyard, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Zhang sighed and said warmly, "It's not that I look down on you, but we have to be careful. You have to know, the Mo family is asking us to sell the manufacturing method of Blood Meridian's weapons. This is impossible. But for an old aristocratic family like the Mo family, do you know what they value the most? You want to sell the Corvus Gold to the Mo family?" Sai Lei's eyes widened and looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. She had never thought that Tang Tian would actually have the idea of the Mo family. She wanted to use Thunder Snow to amaze everyone in the competition and then sell the Corvus Gold to the other mechanical engineers. Thunder Snow is so strong. The Mo family's Mountain Ghost is not even a match for it. He did not even look at Mo Lu, who was hung up, but stared at the pile of mechanical weapons that formed a small hill. Every mechanical weapon was about 2 m tall, and with 7 of them piled up into 3 layers, it was also 6 m tall, extremely eye-catching. Why does the Mo family want to organize this competition? Tang Tian, who was sitting on the wall, suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. On the tall building far away, there were a few pairs of eyes watching the 2 mechanical weapons. Mr. Zhang waved his paper fan and said calmly, "The clan elders are also afraid of the previous incident happening again." Chapter 248. Oh, doesn't that mean that Lu Yaji's position is high? Mo Wei Tian's eyebrows twitched. I remember his Blood Meridian's weapon is King Kong. But Mo Wei Tian and the rest did not like the Blood Weapons group. To them, Blood Meridian's weapons were no longer mechanical weapons. In an instant, 7 fiery red blade auras filled Tang Tian's vision. Tang Tian's attention was immediately heightened, the martial spirit's silver flame trembled, and his 18 times intuition made everything around him extremely clear. Pu Piu Piu. Who do you think will win? A stern-looking middle-aged man asked. He was the current head of the Mo family, Mo Wei Tian. And beside him, there was a man with a dull expression, dressed like a farmer, but he was the current Mo family's only mechanical grandmaster, Mo Lung. MOZU's arm span was longer than the average person, and the custom-made coral also had a longer arm span than the average mechanical weapon. The red blade aura was even more astonishing, and the area it covered was even larger. That was simply too shocking. Because of the inertia, his upper body fell forward, and just as he was about to fall, his palms suddenly formed a square palm print and pressed downwards. There was an extremely small space. In another corner of Ink City, compared to Bing's suffocating attacks, MOZU only made Tang Tian feel that it was slightly harder to deal with. Completing the grade a preliminary test in 7.6 seconds was definitely a shocking record. 7 blade auras brushed past Tang Tian's scalp and entered the ground behind him, leaving behind 7 charred marks. He was a mechanical grandmaster and could tell the standard of a mechanical weapon with one look. To impress the MO family, Lu Yi did not hide his strength and displayed the power of King Kong to the fullest. Rank 6 Fire-type blade technique, Flame Flow Blade Tower. The butler reported respectfully, "The blood weapons group is extremely secretive and secretive. Luckily we found a MO family branch family member who had lost contact with them for a long time. He is a mechanical engineer and has been in the blood weapons group for a long time and finally has some clues." The history of the blood weapons group can be traced back to 1,000 years ago and has been in operation for generations. They are an organization under Onyx Soul, and the higher-ups are all members of Onyx Soul, but their positions are not high. About 7 years ago, their Blood Meridian's weapon technology was gradually perfected, and the high-end weapons were only completed recently. They have already completed 3 high-end armors, Vajra, Skanda, and Yaksha. Mo Lung, whose gaze had not left Thunder Snow for a moment, suddenly said coldly, "This mechanical weapon is not simple." The housekeeper replied, "It is said that not long ago, when Lu Yenji was controlling King Kong for a test, he met a mechanical martial artist and was defeated, almost losing his life. A few experts from the Blood Weapons Association surrounded him, but he still managed to escape easily. The higher-ups of the Blood Weapons Association are furious. Vajra is indeed very strong." Mo Lung suddenly said, "He's even stronger than our fearless Wei." The 7 saber rays crisscrossed in the air like a huge net, coming at him head-on without any blind spots. Coral's weapon was a 1.5-meter-long machete. There was a red flame pattern on the edge of the machete. When she swung it, the red glow of the machete instantly filled the sky. This tattered mechanical weapon, in Mo Lung's eyes, was as moving as a young lady. Most people would only think that it was ugly, but Mo Lung could see that its structure was very reasonable, with many unique designs. Although it was already beyond recognition, Mo Lung could still see that it had the bloodline of the Southern Cross Army. 6th level strength, with the addition of the mechanical weapon, definitely surpassed the normal 6th level and was only a step away from the 7th level. Hard to say. Mo Lung was a man of few words. Tang Tian did not recognize the opponent's martial technique, but he could see that it was 6th level, fire type. He could not drag this on. After probing a few times, Tang Tian started to swim along MOZU's saber circle. Outside the red saber circle, a blue afterimage, with an extremely fast speed, appeared and disappeared. The opponent's saber aura was formed from the release of 6th level true power, and its power was close to the 7th level. But Thundersnow's attack was formed from the release of 5th level true power, and its power could reach the 6th level. Naturally, when the opponent's saber aura clashed, it was at a disadvantage. He suddenly turned to ask the housekeeper beside him, "How's the investigation going?" What a sharp saber aura. Mechanical techniques always burned money, and no one knew this better than Mo Wei Tian. The Blood Weapons Association found the Mo family, probably because they lacked money, and hoped to use the Mo family's powerful channels to sell Blood Meridian's weapons in large quantities. Stepping on the skateboard, Thundersnow's speed was extremely fast, sliding close to the ground. Its speed was extremely fast, even faster than before, so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to catch, like lightning. The dried branches on the ground spontaneously combusted, the scorching airflow caused the air to distort, and the floating dust was brought away from the ground by the hot airflow, But after Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw was turned into a unique martial technique by him, his understanding of martial techniques entered a whole new realm. His true power flowed unceasingly in his body, although he was unable to use 6th-level true power, causing him to be at a disadvantage in the clash of martial techniques. But at the same time, the consumption of his true power was shockingly low. But Emo Lung's wooden face immediately revealed a strange and suspicious look. He muttered to himself, "How did it run for 6 seconds? Tang Tian also realized that the opponent was difficult to deal with. Emo Ziyu's saber aura became stronger and stronger, the fiery red saber aura emitting an astonishing amount of heat. The surrounding air started to distort, the layers of saber aura protecting Coral's figure also became blurry. No wonder. Emo Wei Tian was enlightened, the light in his eyes flashed, but he was deep in thought. I never thought that there would actually be a mechanical weapon that is stronger than King Kong. Just that, I don't know which family created it. Find out at all costs. Thunder Snow, go go go. Was the mechanical techniques really going to be revived? The blade tower continuously shot out fiery red saber aura. As long as Tang Tian got close, the spewed saber aura would shoot towards him like rain. The blade tower did not have any blind spots. The housekeeper said respectfully, but these 3 high-end weapons almost used up all the funds of the Blood Weapons Association. They are in urgent need of funds now. Mo Ziyu did not think that Tang Tian would use such a method to dodge the saber aura. Tang Tian roared. Thunder Snow's legs that were deeply embedded in the ground suddenly exerted strength. The 2 great monument palm prints were like 2 smooth wooden boards, bringing Tang Tian forward with a swoosh. But very quickly, the 2 of them lost interest in talking. Their gazes were fixated on the blue and red figures that suddenly moved in the field. The opponent's blade techniques were extremely profound. The saber aura was like a practice, stacking layer upon layer, enveloping a circumference of 15 feet. Mo Ziyu knew that his Coral was not known for speed, so he might as well stop it. Using defense as offense, the red saber aura transformed into a defensive circle. Great monument palm prints. Even Liu Yiji's King Kong could not do it. The housekeeper immediately agreed. Xiu xiu xiu. Although these words were piercing to Mo Wei Tian, he also knew that Master Lung was right. Fearless Wei was the strongest mechanical weapon in the Mo family, but it could not compare to King Kong. As a mechanical aristocratic family, the Mo family had never given up on reviving the mechanical techniques. From this point, there was no difference between them and the Blood Weapons group. Mo Ziyu's expression was steady and calm, one saber after another, without any intention of stopping. If the blade tower could reach 10 levels, then he would win. The current mechanical techniques had been in decline for a long time. No matter if it was mechanical martial artists or mechanical weapons, they were all very backward. Mo Wei Tian was unsure. Every fiery red saber aura did not disappear, but stacked layer upon layer, beside Mo Ziyu, forming a blade tower made up of saber auras. The fiery red saber auras piled up layer by layer, clearly divided into 7 levels. Coral's figure also completely disappeared in the blade tower. Tang Tian tried to exchange 2 blows with the opponent. The opponent's saber auras were extremely sharp, his own great monument palm prints. The opponent was actually able to cut through half of it. 6th level true power. The distance of a few feet was instantly covered. The opponent was very tough, but Tang Tian was not surprised. With just a thought, Thunder Snow suddenly exerted its strength and rushed towards the fiery red sword tower. Mo Wei Tian's expression was cold. The Blood Weapons group is indeed not a good thing. But I am very curious, to be able to make them feel threatened by a mechanical weapon, what would it be like? It was Tang Tian's first time encountering a mechanical weapon that used a weapon. Of course, the number of mechanical weapons that he had encountered was pitiful. In terms of using a weapon, Tang Tian was a complete rookie. The great monument palm print that was enveloped by the palm hit the ground. The expected loud bang did not happen. The moment the great monument palm print hit the ground, there was only a pew sound. The direction of the saber aura in the air changed and shot downwards. Tang Tian's eyes flashed a trace of coldness, and lightly said, "Thunder Snow, let's go." The last sentence, his tone was unspeakably solemn. Lu Yiji's King Kong had already shocked him. If a mechanical weapon could be stronger than King Kong, then wouldn't he have the strength to fight his way into the Heaven Road list? His attainments in the Great Monument palm print was profound, and he had comprehended a killing technique. The Great Monument palm print that was condensed was harder than steel, and any ordinary saber aura would only produce a few sparks when it hit. Even his own Tan Tue blade could not cut a third of the Great Monument palm print. This gave Tang Tian a shock. Tang Tian's eyes were as bright as the stars, and the true power in his body was continuously injected into Thunder Snow. His upper body leaned forward, as though he was charging forward, causing the 7 saber auras to tremble, and his legs were like nails, fiercely piercing into the ground. Thunder Snow's best 3 types of martial techniques were all rank 5 martial techniques. If it was just on paper, Tang Tian would lose without a doubt. Mo Wei Tian said indifferently, "But with such underhanded methods, it seems like their confidence is not enough." But the opponent's saber auras were as dense as rain, and Tang Tian also felt a headache, and the opponent's blade tower was continuously rising. The strong sense of danger made Tang Tian's heart jump. His martial spirit had become stronger, and his intuition had jumped from 18 times to 22 times. Thunder Snow was unable to unleash Tang Tian's full strength, and due to cost considerations, Thunder Snow's materials were not high quality. This also made Thunder Snow suitable to bear the weight of rank 5 true power, and could also bear the weight of rank 6 true power, but after a long time, it would damage the weapon. Tang Tian tried to change a few angles of attack, and was surprised to find that the opponent's saber circle did not have any blind spots. Chapter 249. What do we do? Lu Yiji asked softly. He was never good at scheming. This was Ink City, and the competition was ongoing. Where would the Mo family put their face? A few of the more daring Mo family disciples walked out from the crowd with ashen faces. The previously quiet street was suddenly filled with more than 20 mechanical weapons. A blue shadow shot up from below without any warning. Coral's chin suffered a heavy blow, and the huge force immediately sent it flying into the sky. To him, ordinary mechanical martial artists, facing an opponent like Tang Tian, had a slim chance of winning. "Let Mu Zi do it," Mr. Zhang said softly. "His movements are small." A huge force instantly struck the bottom of the blade tower. This was the first time many of them had seen Mo Lung's true face. Bang! Mo Ziyu's face changed. He never thought that the opponent would actually use such an unimaginable method to attack his blade tower. The group of Mo Zi disciples looked at each other. In that moment, they did not know what to do. The Mo family disciples' eyes immediately turned red. Bang! Mo Wei Tian was not as good at mechanical weapons as Mo Lung. But as the Mo family patriarch, he had a broader vision, and was able to look at the problem from a higher perspective. Thunder Snow immediately understood Tang Tian's thoughts. His originally opened arms suddenly closed, and the 2 great monument palm prints slammed together. His body collapsed, and like a battering ram, he actually forcefully crashed into the blade tower. Especially Mr. Zhang, he had always prided himself on his intelligence. Just now, he had even spoken big words. The scene before him was like a slap to his face. His face turned green and red. Lu Yiji was not in the mood to make fun of him. The previous incident with the mysterious armor had already caused him to lose a lot of points in the Elders Guild. If there were to be any accidents during this mission, then his days in the organization would be unimaginable. It was different from the mechanical weapon he had met previously. The mysterious mechanical weapon's performance was unparalleled, and the strength of the mechanical martial artist was even more unfathomable. Such a perfect combination was absolute power. Lu Yiji could not even think of winning. Lu Yiji was so shocked that he could not speak. He watched as Mr. Zhang disappeared down the stairs. In a building far away, Mr. Zhang, who was initially shocked by Tang Tian's performance, could not help but laugh. This is an aristocratic family. If it isn't overbearing, how can it be called an aristocratic family? Thunder Snow. Not good. Bring Ziyu back, see if he's injured. A calm voice came from behind them. The coral drew a straight line of red light in the air and fiercely pierced into the ground. Master Lung. All the Mo clan disciples hurriedly saluted. Please don't do this. Mo Wei Tian looked at Tang Tian with interest. With Mo Lung in the mechanical weapon, he was completely assured. He was even more curious about Tang Tian. He clearly saw the battle just now. To him, Mo Ziyu did not make any mistakes. It could even be said that he was very careful and did not reveal any flaws. However, his opponent's fighting style was completely illogical, forcefully creating an opportunity for him. However, Tang Tian had long heard them call this middle-aged man Masterling just now. He immediately guessed the identity of the middle-aged man and became spirited. After fighting for so long, wasn't it to wait for the higher-ups of the Mo clan to come out? To everyone's knowledge, mechanical weapons were thick, clumsy, powerful, and had good defensive capabilities. Other than being nimble, the mechanical weapon in front of him had no other strong points. However, mechanical martial artists were also unconstrained characters. The two imperfect combinations were unexpectedly compatible and were unexpectedly difficult to deal with. As a mechanical martial artist, Mo Ziyu was much more professional than Tang Tian. He did not even need to think to know what kind of situation he was in. However, Tang Tian's move just now had caused the true power in his body to backfire and was now in a mess. Once he lost control of his true power to a mechanical martial artist, it meant defeat. All the disciples of the Mo family trembled. A middle-aged man who looked like a farmer with a calm face appeared on the street. Where did this fellow come from? Lu Yezhi hesitated for a while but did not refute. Indeed, King Kong was too eye-catching. If they were to fight, the commotion would not be small. Mo Wei Tian calmly walked past them, all of them froze, not daring to move an inch. The authority of the patriarch was something that outsiders could not imagine. To the organization, this mission was extremely important. But Mo Wei Tian did not see it that way. The fellow in front of him was completely unconventional in his fighting style, causing his eyes to light up. Even if Mo Ziyu and Tang Tian were to fight again, he still felt that the possibility of Tang Tian winning was higher. A heavy blow came from his back. Even with the protection of the mechanical weapon, Mo Ziyu almost fell. Thunder Snow's weak cries of protest reached Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian immediately consoled her, "Be good, let him touch you, and you won't lose a piece of meat." Other than the appearance of the mechanical weapon, the level of true power it could withstand was only at the 5th level. In truth, this performance was much worse than his King Kong. But the series of unimaginable movements caused his heart to tremble. The mechanical weapon was too agile. Now that mechanical weapons were getting bigger and bigger, 3. For tall mechanical weapons were already very common. Mo Wei Tian walked into the courtyard. A few gloomy-looking martial artists stood guard outside the door. These few martial artists were emitting a dangerous and strong qi. All of them were Heaven's Road grade. To a rich and imposing mechanical aristocratic family, hiring a few strong martial artists was a normal thing. There was actually such a nimble mechanical weapon in the world. For the Mo family to be able to host the Horizon Exchange competition, it could not be separated from the fact that they had a mechanical grandmaster engineer. This kind of unconventional fighting style was extremely outstanding. But it also had a high requirement for the mechanical weapon. Normal mechanical weapons could not possibly be so nimble. Tang Tian stood at the side obediently. Thunder Snow stood there, being touched by Mo Lung over and over again. Sai Lei stood at the side, her expression slightly anxious. Master Mo Lung was her target that year. Mo Ziyu, who was preparing his killing technique, cursed. The true power in his body was in chaos, and he was unable to move. This caused Lu Yezhi's face to become extremely ugly. Just at this moment, Mo Lung stopped his movements and frowned. A gust of wind blew past. Thunder Snow's tattered body in the sky released a huala sound. In the quiet street, it spread far and wide. Thinking about it, He felt that it was the most direct and efficient method. As long as they got rid of the two of them, the other party would not be able to do anything. Even if the Mo family knew that they were the ones who did it, they could not do anything. His gaze swept across the few people outside the courtyard. He was not afraid of Heaven's Road grade martial artists. What is more shocking than killing the two of them in front of them? Mr. Zhang said coldly. I have thought it through. Our previous methods were too gentle. That was my mistake. We should not have given the Mo family the space to hesitate. We need to let the Mo family understand, what bullshit mechanical aristocratic family, they are just ants. This world is much bigger than they think. We are also much stronger than they think. Tang Tian pointed to the courtyard door. She is inside. Tang Tian broke into a run and ran towards the courtyard. To many people, Mozu lost unjustly. The two of them looked at each other, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. A furious roar suddenly entered his ears. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out from behind the Mo family disciples. Among the spectators were a large number of Mo family disciples. Mozu's strength was clear to them. Coral was the strongest mechanical weapon in the Mo family other than Fearless Wei. It cost a total of 30 million star coins. But this kind of mechanical weapon was actually defeated by a broken mechanical weapon that could break at any time. I will go now. Mr. Zhang's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. The originally orderly true power lost control on the spot. The layers and layers of blade auras exploded like a hornet's nest. They flew out in all directions like fireworks. Mo Lung acted as though he did not hear anything. Ignoring the Mo family disciples, he walked straight to Tang Tian and asked, "Who created this mechanical weapon?" Without saying a word, Mo Lung immediately turned and walked towards the courtyard, ignoring Tang Tian. The surrounding people all sucked in cold air. Everyone looked at the unremarkable middle-aged man in shock. In Ink City, there was only one person who could be called Master Lung. That was Mo Lung, the Mo family's mechanical grandmaster. The title of mechanical grandmaster was not easy to obtain. In the entire Heaven's Road, the number of people who could be called mechanical grandmaster could be counted with one's fingers. All of them were the top figures in the mechanical domain. Although Mozu's head was protected by the mechanical weapon, but the strong power penetrated through the armor, causing his mind to be muddled. Lu Yi did not say a word. His gaze stared intently at the broken mechanical weapon. Everyone's face turned white. Patriarch, Muzi, countless rocks flew. In the shallow pit filled with cracks, Coral did not move at all. Everyone retreat. The fiery red blade tower enlarged rapidly. Tang Tian bellowed, "Thunder snow." The huge street was dead silent. He was unsure. Lu Yizhi thought of the strange figure. His heart trembled. Mu Zi was a dangerous person that no one dared to provoke in the organization. He was a strong martial artist on the Heaven's Road list. Dealing with a few Heaven's Road grade martial artists was easy. Mr. Zhang quickly calmed down. His eyes flashed fiercely. He said, "Wait for the Mo family to leave." Lu Yizhi was shocked. Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung are still here. In comparison, although his own income was extremely strong, it was as stupid as a cow. His back was cold. With such terrifying agility, coupled with the opponent's unconstrained attacks, if he were to face them, would he have the confidence to win? He made a slashing gesture. Lu Yizhi's heart trembled. It was his first time seeing such an intricate mechanical weapon. When Mo Wei Tian appeared, Lu Yizhi and Mr. Zhang's faces changed. A mechanical grandmaster, he should have a lot of power. Yu Shanhu was not a nobody. He was the strongest mechanical martial artist in the entire Mo family other than Mo Wu Wei. But such a strong martial artist actually lost to a nobody. Chapter 250. Just as Mo Wei Tian was racking his brains to think of a way to protect the two of them, Tang Tian's brainless words caused him to freeze. "Asshole, at this time, you actually dare to provoke the opponent?" Mo Wei Tian clapped his hands. "Good. Mechanical spirit weapon. That's a good name." Sai Lei said generously, "Of course, I am prepared to sell the design of Thunder Snow to the MO family." He changed the topic. This new type of mechanical weapon is completely different from the previous mechanical weapons. Why don't we give it a new name? Sai Lei did not want to argue with Mo Lung on this issue and said, "Why? Because the martial techniques now are too strong. There are all sorts of martial techniques, and they can satisfy all the needs of the people. If the power is not enough, there are star treasures. Then what role should we define the mechanical weapons as? My understanding is to support, to assist in training, to assist in battles. We can increase the power of the release of true power. We can let martial artists use martial techniques that they have never trained in before, but all of this requires it to be smart enough, nimble enough. If not, in this era of refined martial techniques, it will not have a place to live." To keep it a secret, Sai Lei changed Corvus gold to black gold, one word, and no one would be able to guess. 2 million star coins? Mo Lung immediately glared at them. "You actually used 2 million star coins to create the body of the mechanical weapon." Mo Wei Tian was a decisive person. He did not hesitate. 5 billion black gold, we want it all. Mechanical weapons are not tools. Mo Lung retorted unhappily. Sai Lei was startled. For Thunder Snow's design, she originally only wanted 10 million star coins or something. Although her design was outstanding, and the idea of the martial spirit was also very novel. But as long as her mechanical weapon, once it entered the market, very quickly there would be imitations. To the mechanical grandmasters, those slightly lower-level techniques were just a layer of window paper. Sai Lei was not the least bit modest. She raised her beautiful face with a trace of pride. "I am already a grandmaster." To Tang Tian and Sai Lei, this was definitely a huge sum, even enough for them to buy a remote planet. Tang Tian and Sai Lei could not help but be speechless at the Mo family's strong financial resources. 2 billion without even blinking, it was a huge sum. When Tang Tian saw the other party's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Don't look down on this 1 year. The Mo family had Mo Lung, a mechanical grandmaster, and with Thunder Snow's technology, they could definitely develop their own new mechanical weapon. Spending 200 million to buy a year of time, even Sai Lei could not help but admire Mo Wei Tian's decisiveness. Tang Tian and Sai Lei looked at each other. Both of them were wild with joy. The other party knew that a metal that can replace soul jade. Sai Lei had been waiting for them. Scarecrow Mu Zi, Heaven Road list ranking 9856, or 9853. Tang Tian scratched his head, his face confused. Patriarch Mo has a good eye. A sharp voice came from the grass. Clumps of green grass were incomparably thick, covering his entire body. They were as dense as hair. Sai Lei shook his head. "We're not interested in doing business." Mo Wei Tian's face was extremely ugly. The guards outside were all Heaven's Road experts that he had hired with a huge sum of money. In such a short period of time, they were all killed by someone. One could only imagine the strength of the intruder. Sai Lei explained. "Considering the cost of Thunder Snow is 5 million star coins. The main consumption is our black gold, which is worth 5 million star coins. The other materials are only worth 2 million star coins." Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung were shocked. Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung's body trembled at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. Mo Wei Tian immediately understood Mo Lung's gaze. Buy it at all costs. Mo Wei Tian could not help but clap his hands. He praised. "These few years, this is the most insightful discussion I've ever heard. Just based on this discussion, you can already be called a grandmaster. You look so weird." Sai Lei said calmly. "That's right. I'm here to sell the black gold to the Mo family." Mo Wei Tian did not ask further. Many mechanical grandmasters were engrossed in research and had no interest in worldly affairs. After coming to an agreement, regardless if it was Tang Tian, Sai Lei, Mo Wei Tian or Mo Lung, they all revealed a smile. Mo Wei Tian understood from Sai Lei and Tang Tian selling the black gold that they did not intend to mass produce. Mo Lung circled around Thunder Snow. He was mesmerized by it. Since he knew that Thunder Snow had a martial spirit, he could see more about it. He was secretly surprised. When Sai Lei said that he was already a grandmaster, he did not believe him. But now, he no longer had any doubts. Alright. Sai Lei agreed. The Mo family was the first to come. We have sincerity. If you increase the cost of Thunder Snow to 6 million star coins, then Thunder Snow's battle power can be greatly increased. Thunder Snow's perfect design is meant for a 6th-level martial artist to use. This batch of black gold can be used to manufacture 1,000 sets of Thunder Snow. But Mo Wei Tian knew how to do business. His face did not change. Thunder Snow's design, of course we want it, Mo Wei Tian exclaimed out loud, his face revealing a look of shock, his face turning pale white. Other than that ugly Blood Meridian's weapon. 1,000 sets of Thunder Snow. This number made Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung suck in a breath of cold air. Why are you using such poor materials? Mo Lung's tone was filled with displeasure. His eyes were filled with anger. To him, such an outstanding design, how could they use such poor materials? Mo Wei Tian's eyes twitched. The Zhang family was Zhang Ji Mo's Zhang family. The other families were all famous for their mechanical techniques. That's right. This is the way the Blood Weapons gang does things. Scarecrow did not care. The thick grass gently fluttered. Pa pa pa. Thunder Snow's design, I offer 200 million. Mo Wei Tian was decisive. Sai Lei suddenly interrupted Mo Wei Tian and said, we have about 5 billion star coins worth of black gold. And Thunder Snow's design, we do not only intend to sell it to the Mo family. We also want to sell it to the Zhang family, Bronze Tribe, Iron Mist City, Fornax Constellation, and a few other families. Scarecrow, Mu Zi. Mo Wei Tian's face changed. The other party did not even avoid him. This was a warning to others. But I have a request. Mo Wei Tian said seriously, I need a year's time. Within a year, you are not allowed to sell this technology to any other party. Sai Lei thought for a while and said, then why not call it a mechanical spirit weapon? Scarecrow's green eyes landed on Tang Tian and Sai Lei. He said calmly, I want to kill the two of them. The warehouse door was pushed open. In the strong light, a figure slowly walked towards them. The other party's body was covered with thick grass. It was so dense that only a pair of wolf-like green eyes could be seen. Suddenly, a few groans came from outside. Everyone's face changed. In our era, what kind of mechanical weapons do we need? Everyone will say that it is a strong mechanical weapon. But what kind of mechanical weapon is considered a strong mechanical weapon? My understanding is that a sufficiently intelligent mechanical weapon and a clever tool will always be more popular than a strong tool. Sai Lei's eyes lit up with a fanatical light. It was as though there was a ball of fire dancing in his eyes. Because the era is different. In the era of the three big armies, the martial techniques system was unclear. There was very little understanding of the martial spirit. Borrowing the power of the mechanism, it allowed people to become stronger. But now, the martial techniques system has developed to its peak. The research on the martial spirit is increasing day by day. Personal training has become more effective and can go further. What about us mechanical engineers? We are just blindly hugging the old. No matter how glorious the past is, it is still the past. It has nothing to do with us. The future and the present are ours. This is Ink City. To kill my guest in front of me. Very good. Is this the style of the Blood Weapons group? Mo Wei Tian's face was as dark as water. Mo Wei Tian's attention was attracted by the black gold that Sai Lei mentioned. What is black gold? Don't worry. I will not kill you. Mechanical spirit weapon. Mechanical spirit weapon. Mo Lung repeated it twice. He nodded his head and praised. This name is very appropriate. Spirit Jade. Mo Lung was attracted by Sai Lei's words. His eyes suddenly exploded with a ray of light. This mechanical weapon has a martial spirit? If I defeat you, my ranking can go up a few ranks. Just at this time, Tang Tian laughed. He revealed his white teeth and said without thinking. Mo Wei Tian was surprised. He did not expect that the other party was actually here to promote black gold. He muttered. Miss Sai Lei's explanation is very interesting. Thunder Snow is also very strong. But our Mo family, after all, does not have such techniques. 5. 2 billion star coins. Mo Wei Tian was stunned. But with his sharp senses, he suddenly thought of something. He asked, You are from the Blood Weapons Group? Mo Wei Tian's eyes flashed. He immediately laughed. Seems like the two of you came prepared. I believe that the two of you are not here to talk about such things with me. Sai Lei and Tang Tian then realized that Mo Wei Tian wanted to swallow it up and seize the initiative. The meaning behind this sentence made the two of them ponder. You do not intend to do the business of mechanical weapons? Mo Wei Tian glanced at Sai Lei. If they were to do mass production of mechanical weapons, they would definitely not sell black gold. Huh! The scarecrow was stunned. He stopped in his tracks. His pupils suddenly dilated. These words struck Mo Lung's heart. He was known as a mechanical grandmaster. He knew that the current mechanical weapons had declined. It was a decline in all aspects. Every generation of mechanical engineers wanted to revive the mechanical techniques. But until now, they did not see any signs of the revival of the mechanical techniques. The scarecrow suddenly raised his head and looked at Tang Tian. His dazed face did not have a trace of fear. Knowing so much is not a good thing for the Mo family patriarch. The scarecrow said slowly, Your eyes are like a torch. Sai Lei complimented Mo Lung. She knew how to interact with people like Grandmaster Mo Lung. She spoke with assurance. I have always been thinking about how to create a truly strong mechanical weapon. The current mechanical weapons, compared to the era of the three big armies, have declined for a long time. Our current mechanical weapons, compared to the mechanical weapons of the Southern Cross Army era, are far inferior. Tang Tian suddenly appeared beside Sai Lei and protected her behind him. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.